Sunlight will always stay. Never walk away. It's the sweet light. Praise God. Face a new crack and smile. He has to fucking stay a while. I'm living that high life. Crazy heart, tell me how to do it. My eyes are sorry. She said, always, I'm just I never did it. That guy, I said, rise up, let me offer. Come on inside. Everybody knows your name, everybody knows your name. My eyes are sorry. Sweet light, sweet light, sweet light. I never wanna go. I never
Hey. All right. Welcome everyone to Rain and Woman. Welcome to all of my new supporters and welcome back to all of my returning supporters. It's been a minute since I have done a womb conversations. So I'm definitely going to explain exactly what womb conversations is. However, let me first introduce our guest.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
There he is. Good evening, J Speed. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing fine. But before we get started, is there any way you can share my screen? Because I don't want to do the avatar. I want people to see me as I'm talking.
Yeah, let's see here.
Because
Wait.
for some reason, Zoom is not letting my camera take over. I usually just get Zoom how to do that. But
Uh-huh.
for some reason or another, it's okay. So I do it this way. And
Let me see here.
hold on for a minute. I got to go back and do it again because if I don't do it
Okay.
again, hold on
I think
just a second.
what you have to do is I think you have to click on camera.
Yeah, I had to kick on camera, but when I do like that, it
Uh-huh.
don't let me into my OBS. So when I'm gonna have to reset this, just keep on talking, and I'm gonna reset it and see why I can't find this camera that's supposed to be. That's it right there. Okay, now we got. You
You
don't
do.
have to share it
I don't have to
now.
share it now.
No, some kind of way I'm gonna have to move it over a little bit, but you don't have to share it because I don't want that big old picture right there.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Okay,
Right
you see what I'm doing? So that's I don't want that big picture right there. So I'm trying to figure out how that I'm okay. I tell you what, the one I'm sharing, I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
stop sharing and we're gonna try to put that one up because I'm gonna reset it again, and then you get the full scope of what I'm trying to do. Let me see, I gotta put the audio on there. That's number one. And then share here and try that one. If that don't work, I just know the one I have at the bottom.
Let's see here.
A share
Um,
screen.
that
Oh yeah, yeah, that one.
okay.
That one. If it's not too much for you.
OG got me working
Okay,
for
a
real.
little bit. It's technology. We know we get it. Yeah. Okay. How's everybody doing and how you doing?
I am doing just marvelous. Thank you. Greetings, everyone in the chat. Let me go ahead and greet the chat. And before we get started, I will also go over what Womb Conversations is and welcome you to the womb. So, hello, Carter, right? Just passing through. Okay, thank you, Carter. And good evening, Kenny Conjo, LaShawn Jefferson, Naima Buckner, Amanda Gathers is here with us as well. And we also have Donna, Just Be Real. We have Gab. I have an echo. Why do I have an echo? Let's see here. Because I should not be hearing an echo. But let's see, we also have Gab, and of course we have you. So everyone, let me please share with you what Womb Conversations is. First of all, the womb is the strongest, most flexible muscle of the female body and is connected to the universe. It is dynamic beyond its common acknowledgement and is multi-purposeful. It is orgasmic. It is healing. It can grow a placenta. It can grow a human. So what is womb conversations, huh? Womb conversations are interviews with men, particularly the Black men, hosted by none other than Rain and Woman. These nurturing and empowering interviews are intended to have the interviewee, tonight OGJ Speed, experience full freedom of expression and for a healthy exchange of masculine and feminine energy. Oh, gee, welcome to Womb Conversations.
Thank you for having me. And I
It,
wouldn't have it any other way.
it is definitely my pleasure. Hi. Hey, honey bunny, baggy bunny. So, let's start off with this. I came across you at Obsidian Radio. you you made
Hmm.
a bold entry into the manosphere. by way of the Obsidian Radio Network, and what an entrance did you make? You came in sharing a little bit about yourself, your background in the entertainment industry, as well as this skill. I see you blushing.
Always get me in trouble.
as well as a skill. I believe you won an award for.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of my best jokes right there. I get them every time with that one.
As you can see, for some of us, it would be unforgettable.
Yes, most certainly, especially women. Especially women. Yeah. But I meant to make that impact like that. You know, sometimes you, when you do things like that, you kind of like ease the room. So I didn't want to come in totally serious. I just wanted them to know there was different layers of me when I first came into Black YouTube. So I thought that would be the best way after listening to his show for about 3 or 4 days. I thought that would be my best approach.
All righty then. Well, as you said, there are a lot of layers to OG J Speed. And
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
definitely going to peel some of those layers back, right?
Yes, ma'am. Anything you want to ask, be free to ask, and I ask it to the best of my knowledge.
I absolutely will do. What is your primary focus here on YouTube?
Well, my primary focus was just to get back into the entertainment in some level so I can get my chops back because it's all about time, man. It's all about communication and understanding your demographics. And when you do that, you can get your timing back right. Because I started off being a comedian, but I have always been on stage ever since I was like 8 years old. So I would say my focus now is to go and carry my skill level to Africa, and I wanted to start my YouTube channel here, so just get my feet wet. Are you there?
I apologize. I have to figure out which one of these mics I need to mute for the echo. So
is it echo on me or you?
I hear it a lot. I hear it a little bit on me, and I hear it a lot with you from the back.
Okay, hold on for a minute. Maybe it's on me. And hold on just a minute. Let me check something right quick. Okay. Yeah. I do apologize. And you tell me if you can hear me or not hear me, because I'm going to take out one of the mics. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
It's clear?
It is clear.
Okay. So that was me. Do apologize.
Okay, no problem. Let me see. All right. So I was distracted with the echo. Can you please repeat your primary reason
Well, sure.
for being on?
This time, my primary reason was getting into YouTube. Really was getting my feet wet. As a comedian, once you go out the scene for a while, you need to get yourself with your time and get your confidence level back up again, and then know the demographics you're dealing with, so you can fully express yourself in a comedy type way. So that was my primary, to build my channel. So when I do go to Africa, that my skill set as far as being in front of the camera again would be good.
Okay. Now, you found yourself in the manosphere, right? and and in finding your way in the manosphere, you were hearing a lot of language, a lot of conversations that you didn't particularly agree with in totality, right?
Most
Can,
certainly, I didn't. I did.
so can you tell us a little bit about what is it about that space and those conversations you disagree with or you don't fully like, and the difference that it makes or the impact that it has and the difference that it makes in your purpose?
Well, I don't wear glasses, so let me put on my smart glasses for that real technical question you just gave me, because that one do have a bunch of levels. Let me put my Malcolm X's on now when I answer that one. Okay. So,
Oh,
so, when when I do something, I don't care what it is, I go straight to the top. I go to who has the biggest voice or who has the biggest hammer. And that's the person that I want to build a relationship with first. All right. And then once I had found out it was only two as far as in that space. Now it was O'Shea and that was Cynthia. Everybody said I can't pronounce his name, but that's a southern accent. So some certain things I ain't gonna be able to pronounce, you know. But so I found him because he was kind of like had the same kind of background in radio that I had. So I feel like me and him could really chop it up. And I listened to a show just like I said. And once I started listening to a show, I started to see that it wasn't what I disagree with, it wasn't balanced. And I didn't like me coming from a big family. Let me just take these off now because I'm comfortable now. Me coming from a big family, 18 siblings, and 11 of them was girls. I didn't hear the balance in that conversation. I just heard I heard a lot of brothers that were hurt, and some of the things they were saying was probably things that I probably said in my life when I was hurt. And so I figured this was a good place to slide in. I didn't like the name calling. That's one of the things I don't like. I don't like to be called the N word, and I most certainly don't like when women are called the B word or the H word. I just, from my background and things I did in my life and the respect I have for women, I just, even if they have some of them traits, I still want identify them with them degrading words. So that's one of the things I wanted to attack when I went into the manosphere. And that's mostly what I didn't. I didn't understand the rumble, and that's getting a little over to O'Shea, but I didn't understand that at first. But I thought this was like the Tom Lankus show. Now I used to listen to Tom Lankus way back in the days in the '90s, and I thought there was kind of like a black Tom Lankus show where he just go in with women, and he just never let off the gas pedal. He never hit the brakes. He never seen fault in the men. He always seen fault in the women. So that's what I really disagree with in that space.
To be fair, had you ever listened to any of the other conversations around the Black women? Like, have you ever listened to Cynthia G or Crystalline Kurt? Chrissy, there's a Crystalline, I'm probably going to misspell her name, I say her name wrong, but a Crystalline Kurz, I'm going to say Chris K, where their language towards the American Black men is not as supportive or does not come across in a loving and respectful way. Have you ever listened to any of the female channels?
I have to be honest. I have never really ever listened to any of the female content on YouTube, and up to this date, it's been the same. I wasn't interested in looking and listening to female content because I'm a male, in regards to what they're talking about or not talking about it, I didn't want it to change my focus because I've been listening to 11 Sisters ever since I was a little boy, and I'm 60 years old now. So, I didn't want to listen to something I had already heard all my life. So I wanted to go into and mingle with the males and try to bring some balance and understanding to their conversation. Did you
Fair
drop
enough.
off again?
Yes, I'll mute my mic periodically so that it doesn't bounce off.
Okay.
That is definitely fair enough, but I have to ask, do you think in trying to create balance or ask for balance with the men that is being fair to them?
Oh, I think they have a right. Uh, I say I disagree with some of the. It's not what you do in life; it's how you do it. I think everything they talk about on the manosphere is actually happening in real time. I do. I just don't get so angry enough that I have to totally strip women of who they are and their own nature just to get my point across the problems I'm having with you. Because I have had probably 75% of the problems they have had with women in my life and, with my experience. But I just believe there's a way, and everybody's not the same. I just feel like I attack that issue on another different level. So it wasn't about if it was fair or not fair. I just been around people in my life who have attacked problems, and I watched them. People from Dick Gregory, Dr. Khalid Muhammad to Minister Louis Farrakhan, because I am a brother who was in the nation for 21 years. So I seen how they attack things in certain ways, and I think when you attack things in certain ways, that either you go help it or you go hurt it, and so it could be their way could be right. It just didn't fit on my hands. And I feel like there was nobody in the black manosphere that was talking like me because then they would do this shaming thing as calling them simps and stuff. But when you're 60 years old, you don't worry about nobody calling you a damn simp. I got 5 children, successful 5 children. What the hell I worry about somebody calling me a simp? So them kind of names like that didn't mean anything to me. So I was going in there and trying to express some other things, but I give them brothers 100% to express what they want to express. But what I didn't find was solutions. And that's where I thought I could come in and give solution. And the only way you can give solution, you got to be balanced.
Got it. Got it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you, Kenny, for the cash app. I appreciate that. What then do you feel you were able to take away from the manosphere to be able to go along with you when you return to Africa?
Well, I feel like the United States is pretty much a magnified glass of how we are all around this world from my traveling in the movie industry. And I feel like whatever starts here usually ends up in other places. And me going to Africa and embracing the younger crowd in Africa, I think I could kind of steer them away from what I would consider a destructive past of trying to solve a problem. And so going in with the brothers, I didn't point fingers at them. I was understanding where it was coming from. And don't get me wrong, the manosphere should
I can
never change. They should never change what they're doing because brothers do need an outlet where they can go because we all don't want to go and sit on a sofa or lay down on a sofa and talk to a practitioner in the head. So they should have a place that they can relieve that pressure because some of these brothers went through some hard things and they might want to go out there and hurt somebody. That they call them incels or whatever. They might want to go out and hurt somebody. Because they don't have no release valve. So this is what I thought that it was a learning experience for me to figure out. I didn't know that many brothers had got that uptight about the situation, because you got to understand. Um, I come in a place and a time when men had the same problems, but we didn't speak the way the younger brothers speak. I guess we wasn't as bold, or well, when we go to kind of like barbecues or cookouts or family reunion, you would see men get together. These are the things that men was speaking of, but they spoke of them in different terms. So I learned the dialect the younger brothers was using, and you know what? A lot of them are good brothers. I would say, 98% of them brothers are good brothers. They're just hurt. I heard these kind of conversations all my life. When a brother get hurt, he find out his wife cheating, of his wife leading, of his girlfriend. I heard these conversations. So my learning was that we had a we had a past now where the road is splitting. Well, young men are now taking their power and using their power and not letting women tell them who they should be, what they should be, and I value that, because I thought in the past women had too much power over men's, and I think it started in the '80s. Everybody else may say it started in different times, but I thought it started in the late '80s with the Ladies Talk Show. And I hate to be so long-winded with my answer,
Oh,
so
no, no, no. This is for us to, you're doing just fine, because this is us pulling back the layers and allowing you full self-expression, and allowing others to get to know what exactly is in the mind of OGJ Speak. So you're doing just fine. Continue.
okay, so I was one of the first brothers back in the '80s. Went through a bad divorce, and I think I must have went in front of the courthouse for like 7 days with a picket sign and telling the world how unfair the courtroom was for males. And I was strictly speaking of black males, because um, I seemed like I just got shafted in the court system. And so this was back in the time when uh, Whoopi Goldberg was going around with this anti-DV, domestic violence, and it was anytime, back in them days when a male was in a fight in family court, they would always try to bring that stuff in, and I was pretty much shafted, in that whole situation, and I was upset. And I
Mhm.
didn't have no backing or anything. I just printed up a sign and went there and stood in front of the courthouse for like 8 till they closed. Whatever time they opened till they closed. Because I wanted to bring some attention, since she was coming to it. This is in Charlotte, North Carolina at that time. And since she was going to come to Charlotte, North Carolina and do her little tour on the pressures that women had to go through with males, I wanted them to hear my story too. So this is what I started out way back in the '80s. So this what made me have a connection with the manosphere, because I went through that.
Got it. So with you having gone through that and also being a part of the industry, do you feel as if, or not feel, do you have a way to convey the need for power and the need for the voice of the men in the manosphere, and and a way that the women can be more supportive and more understanding? And at the same time, do you feel that there is a way or a need for the brothers in the black manosphere to understand something about women that may be in their pain or their issue, that maybe just needs someone else that's been around a little bit longer, or someone else's voice to say, I get it, or just another perspective?
Yeah, I think you have to let the younger generation see. This is what I never wanted to do,
Mhm.
as taking my age and come in and try to be the grand marshal of a parade. I
Yes.
just wanted to come in and be more of a counsel. that, you know, there were certain things, the issues. But I know you haven't heard this before. There's a thin line between love and hate,
Oh,
right?
yes.
Some of the conversations they have on the manosphere could be considered as hate. And so that's due to the fact of some of the words they use. And I don't believe none of the brothers, not, I'm telling you, I just say, I don't believe 98% of the brothers in the manosphere, they don't hate women. They just
Mm-hmm.
hurt. They're
Okay.
just tired and they fed up, as I was back in the 90s. They feel like they really don't have power and they can't express their power because somebody is always who don't look like them or who is a female trying to tell a man how to be a man. And so I understand why the brothers rejecting all that. Now, what I will say with that is when you having a conversation, I learned this a long time ago. If you want to have a conversation with somebody and you knock on their door and give them a plate of shit and expect them to embrace you versus bringing them a cup of honey, then they might want to talk to you. You see what I'm saying? So it's going to be a time when I think the manosphere, once they got everything out and as they get new membership and stuff like that, there will be still brothers coming in there hurt, but there has to be some kind of leadership there where they'll let the brother express himself, but then at the end of expressing himself, they can give him some of the best solution that he can figure out exactly what he need to do. Now, when it comes to women, I don't think I use women as the same as white people. I don't think black people need to try to understand white people. I think we can understand white people just good enough by the way they treated us. I don't think brothers really need to understand women. That's been the problem. Is the women has always been in the front line as far as saying this is what you need to do, or this what you ain't, or this is this, or this is that. You know what I mean? I think, brother, we're at a fork in the road. We don't need to really listen to women and they complain. I think it's time for them to take their medicine because, you know, you got to understand, black women have never been put under a microscope in America. Never.
Okay.
And
Wow.
so for to take that power away from brothers today and say, we had to now come to the table and we had to shake each other hand and saying kumbaya. No, these brothers need a little more time to figure out who they are, what they
Mm-hmm.
want to be, and where they're going. And then once you figure out that, that's when it's time for you to come to the table. It hasn't been enough time in between all this traumatic experiences the brothers don't been dealing with for these years and centuries for them to sit down at the table now. They need to still build themselves. They need to have a space for themselves where they can communicate with each other. So when they arm themselves up with armor, they can go to that table. Now they got something to offer. Now the women have to listen to them, and then the men can listen to them. But it ain't that time yet.
One of the questions right now in the chat room is by Enriched Buildmonger, and he's asking if you are aware of BGS because he says he is full of solutions.
Yeah, I'm aware of BGS, mean BGS. Let me just give you a little background. Both of us brothers live in California. We roll with some of the same type of people. BGS approach is just a little different than mine. He brings statistics and he brings diagrams and he brings a lot of things to the table. My brain don't work like that. My brain is a genius, and I have to be the first one to say that. My brain is a genius. Everything that I say is never scripted or anything. It comes from my computer bank. And so I don't bring designs. I can remember numbers, places, and things just in my head. Now, a lot of people don't like to learn like that, but I have always been a person who learned from hands-on. It's okay, the books and the curriculum, but when you learn hands-on, you're learning on the job experience. And that's the way I try to teach. There's nothing wrong with his way he's teaching because some people have to be taught that way. But I don't teach that way. And there will be people who love BGS and hate me. And there'll be people who like me and hate BGS. So yeah, I'm very well this brother because we roll with some of the same people. We are in the trenches. We probably been in trenches, and he probably didn't know my real name, and I didn't know his real name. But my real name is Askil Muhammad. And so I'm thinking he's starting to know me now, and he's starting to understand because when he acts around like Brother Jamal or Carl Nelson, we know some other brothers too, I won't mention their name, that I found out just the other day that he had been one of the brothers I know, Brother Keedy, been working with him like 8 or 9 years. I didn't even know that. So what I'm saying is we know each other by internet names, but I've always tried to put my internet name and my acting name and my real name. So yeah, I'm very aware BGS, but we have two different types of approach.
Okay, now here is a really, really good question. When you say it's not time to silence the men right now, do you think that a time is going to come where they should be silenced? I personally, I don't think that they should. I don't think that they should be silenced. But what say you? Since
Okay, let me put on my cool glasses for that question. And I'm gonna tell you straight out, hell no. Men should never be silenced. We are the leaders on this planet. We are the leaders in this universe. We are the builders. We are the hunters. We are the protectors. If anybody should be silenced, it never should be men. Men are leaders. You can go all around the world, any place, demographic, geographic, whatever you want to do. When you want to find a powerful people, you find powerful men. And they are in leadership roles, and they run wherever they're at. And so there should never be a time that men should ever be silenced.
Wow, got it. Thank you. We're going to go into a music break for we're going to go into a short music break, a little interlude, and then we will return with more from OG60. Thank you. How you feeling, JC?
I'm feeling real good. How about yourself?
I'm feeling awesome. Thank you.
And just ask me anything you want. Anything. I don't shun for no questions.
Okay.
All right. Can you, your music's playing now?
It's about to play. Here we go.
Oh, okay. So we still live?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted you to know that, and I wanted the people in the chat room that this is an open dialogue between two grown adult people. And whatever y'all want to ask, if she chooses to ask that question, whatever she wants to ask me, I'll be more than happy to answer. But I really want to see
That's just you and me. Since you are leaving, great. I pick up the pieces. Do you think about me? I think about me. Do you think about me? I think about me. Do you think about me? I think about me. Do you think about me? I think about me.
Well, you made me from the start. By the way you said the way you go before me, yeah. And I'm not sure it's cheap. Cause it used to be another tree, yeah. But something went wrong, the signals got crossed. And now we're all completely different pages. Let's stay where we were, but no one gets hurt. Don't you stress the flow. You're trying to pick the pace up, we should take it slow. Baby, don't focus, don't you make me change my mind. If you love me, baby, don't you switch up the vibe.
Love this out.
Baby, don't you switch up the vibe. Baby, don't you, baby, don't you. Baby, don't you switch up the vibe. With me on the trip. Always up and down and back and forth in every road. I just wanna get right. Go to go like I'm
I love your music.
something went wrong. Singles got crossed. And now we're going different directions. So where we were, but no one gets hurt. Baby, don't you fall. Trying to get the pace up, you should go. Oh, you know, you make a change, but if you love me, don't you switch up the vibe. Baby, don't you, baby, don't you, baby, don't you switch up the vibe. Baby, don't you, baby, don't you, baby, don't you switch up the vibe. If you love me, just let me see. If you can, you're gonna kill us too. You should be trying that, don't you stress the flow. You're trying to pick the pace up, you should take it slow. Baby, don't focus, don't you make a change, but if you love me, baby, don't you switch it. Baby, don't you, baby, don't you, baby, don't you switch it. Baby, don't you, baby, don't you, baby, don't you switch it. And we are back. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for those who were in the first part of Womb Conversations with OG J Speed, dropping gems, dropping gems. So I want to now pick up about not silencing the men. They should never be silenced. Yes, we're in an intermission, but we're back now. How is it when you say there are parts of the Black manosphere that sounds like a hate? How can that perception be taken away? So for the, let's say the 95% of the brothers, or the percentage of brothers that do not have a hatred towards women, that they are not looped together and perceived as brothers or men who are full of hate or have a hatred towards the black woman?
Well, I don't think that can ever be taken away. Let me just give you an example. Like when I was coming up and I was going to school, there were white 23-year-old, 24-year-old teachers coming in the classroom. And this is why I end up in military school. Is due to the fact is they didn't understand the culture of black people. So we used to do the dozen, the mama jokes. And so here's a white woman who's fresh out of college and fresh into a neighborhood that she never experienced and a group of people she never experienced. So when she heard black people talking about mama jokes, she thought that was the most ridiculous, degrading thing that she ever heard. And she thought that these people about ready to fight. So she used to send them to the principal office because she never heard this before. That was part of our culture, the dozens and mama jokes. So when you have outside people or people who may be raised on the other side of the track, they could consider a lot of things that is on the hate side. And see, this is what the brothers go have to figure out dealing with YouTube or dealing with platforms that they don't own that has guidelines and protocols. But to me, and that's why I use that thing was a thin line between love and hate. I hear the love even in some of the hate, what I consider can be considered hate language. I still hear the love in it. I just hear frustration versus hate. So I think if they do change it, it only should change when they get ready to come down and sit at the table and put their agenda on the table when they're speaking to women, and then we move forward from there. Until we build to that, I think they should just do what they do now. Think about this. Now, there is a brother who out there who has a hit list now, and they're gonna have to like take that serious because this brother, he's on the attack. But these brothers can use that too. The only thing they have to do is come up with somebody to write the same thing that brother wrote, but with their narrative and why they speak the way they speak, just like I just explained, the difference between a teacher who comes into the black neighborhood and try to teach students, and she don't even have a dog at home. That's probably what she got at home, a dog. She don't even have children, so she really don't understand about raising children or educating children other than her curricula that she might got from college reading out a book. So I don't think these brothers really have to change. I think they have to get together and come up with their own strategy. Like when somebody else come up with a plan, you have to come up with your plan. And just as eloquent he wrote his papers, you have to write your paper. And O'Shea and the city have some great writers. They just have to put it together. So no, I don't think the brothers should stop the way they're going because, when you take certain language out of conversation, it takes the sting out what the person is trying to say. Like, how do you know when your mother's really upset with you or your father's really upset with you if they just came to you and said, okay, Ruben, I don't like what you just did. Or your mother and father came in and sit your ass down. I'm tired of you flipping and flopping all over the damn house. Sit your ass down. Now, see, you understood. You understood your mother and father have had it up to here. So I don't think when you take some of that language away, it don't have the power. So I understand why the brothers use certain language. I just think they should curb the name calling.
That was an excellent analogy. That was a really fine example using the tone and the voice of parents. Thank you for that, because when you said that and you used that, I got that very clear. There was, at that point, I probably felt more like I could relate to their, I could relate to what I'm hearing, I relate to that frustration
Yeah.
and the intensity behind it when you put that example to it. Thank you.
And I hope other women understand that too, because the brothers are not just frustrated, they're disappointed. They're disappointed that you will take an outside force and use against them just because they want their rights to express themselves as men.
Mm. Wow. Welcome, Brother Raphael. Wow.
Kenny
So,
Cujo, what's going on? He's that brother. He always give me my props wherever he go. Kenny Cujo.
yes.
I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Kenny Kanjo, yes,
Yes.
you're fine.
Yeah, he's a very positive brother, and I see him everywhere, and he embraced a lot of things all over YouTube.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So, in spite of you going through a divorce, in spite of the pain that you have once expressed and felt yourself, even with the system, here and with all that you've experienced in life, you still have a belief and a hope for Black love and Black families, correct?
Most certainly, because without it, we're finished.
So how can hmm, how can sisters, how can the American Black woman listen to all that the frustrated men have to say?
How could they help?
Not just how can we help, but how can we humble ourselves? How can we know when to humble ourselves? How and where to humble ourselves? To listen to their frustration from the point and the place that it's coming from and not take it personal in order to build what you still hope for, Black love and Black families.
With that question, can I ask permission? This is my own stuff too. Before I ask that question, could I play your song and maybe it'll answer that question? It's my song.
Sure.
Okay, let me see.
He has a song about it. Want to hear it? Here it goes.
Yeah, there you go. I learned that from Living Color. All right. Tell me, can you hear it though? Can you hear it?
I don't hear it.
You don't hear it?
No.
See, I don't know why YouTube. But anyway.
Do you think if you send it to me, I can play it if you email it to me?
It's on YouTube. It's playing. It's supposed to be playing whatever I put on my screen, and I don't know why it's not playing whatever because I can hear it on my side.
Oh,
I don't know.
You know what? Let's see if that.
It's supposed to be in the share screen. The one that's sharing the screen. Let me see. Let me get StreamYard back up again. Let's see. I got too many things going on. See, like you see right here.
Let it play. Let it play now. I think I may have figured it out. I'm going to mute your speaking mic, and I'm going to unmute the screen that you're sharing.
Okay. Let me see.
And I'm going to mute my mic as well.
All right. Can you hear it now?
I can hear it.
Okay. Let's listen to this for a second.
My brother. Ain't any reason to be upset. You gotta learn how to have your difference with a little more respect. My sister. We ain't your child. For a long time, you've been in denial of the things that ails you from being true to yourself. Brothers don't communicate with you, you know he's just wasting his breath. Just I'm taking time.
I think you have to unplug your headphones and unplug your mic.
Unplug my mic.
You're not hitting loud enough.
Well, my real name.
Yes, unplug your headphones and unplug your mic.
Okay.
And then I'm going to mute the other mics. I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to mute your other mic when it starts playing. And turn the volume up, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on just a minute. I got it wired up. And if this don't work right here, I don't want to stink up the room. So we'll get back to the interview. And then I can always send them to YouTube where they can listen to that song, Men and Women, because that's who I made it for. Okay, so I'm going to do exactly what you asked me to do, is unplug. And I'm going to see what goes on from there.
I don't hear anything now. I don't hear anything. I would sing a song for y'all while he figures it out, but I don't want y'all to leave. If I sing, people are going to start unsubscribing from the channel. They're going to unsubscribe from YouTube altogether because, no, it's just, I have a speaking voice, not a singing voice. I think you need to go, okay, try plugging your mic back in, but leave your headset. Leave the earphones unplugged, but plug in your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can
I
hear
don't hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I always feel like
Test 1, 2, 3. If you can hear me out there in the chat room, put 1. If you can't hear me, let me know. Okay. Advance. Monitor, mic, desktop.
Yes, they can hear you. They can hear you, and I can hear you. So I guess leave the mic.
I'm gonna shut down and come back up again.
No, don't go. Don't go. I hear, no, don't.
I hope you are carrying the conversation on because I hate this.
I hear you.
I should never unplugged.
No, I can hear you.
All right.
Don't go.
So I guess people say they can hear me, but they hear me from the, Miss Wu-Man, I can't hear you. That's the problem.
Now you can't.
So what I'm gonna have to do is go down and shut down and come back up, so it'll play the way it's supposed to play. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Okay, so he's going to figure out something else with the mic because I can hear him. He can't hear me.
Okay, let me see. Let me go back up. I don't know if you can hear me on that end.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
And here, share screen with sound. I think that's what happens. You can't hear me? I don't know. Can you hear me? Got it.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. They can hear you. They hear me. You don't hear me? Do you hear me now? Donald Bill is saying go to sound preference.
The
Okay.
sound back in where I can hear you all.
Can you hear me now?
Because I can't hear anything.
They hear everybody. The chat room can hear everybody.
Oh man. Why did I do that? Okay. I know what I had to do. I hope y'all can hear me trying to
Yes, we
talk
can
through
hear
this.
you. Read the chat.
Okay.
Read the
Then
chat
I'm gonna
room.
bring it back up because it's not working the way it is.
Okay.
Let me see. And
Okay, you're
can
back.
anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
All
Can
right.
you? Oops. Okay, I can hear you.
Okay.
Read the chat.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Test 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna have to go out and come back in. Man, I'm gonna have to actually go out and come back in because I
Okay.
can't hear you at all. Okay, so I'm gonna have to get the link. Put the link back in again, and so I can go in the link. That's the only way it's gonna work. Let me see, can I get the link at the beginning? I do apologize for this, people.
No, there is no need to
It was
apologize.
going so great.
You're doing fine.
Okay, let me get the link. Whew. That's why they say don't mess with something when it's already perfect. Okay, I got the link now.
Are you good now? You got
Why
it?
it's not clicking on the link?
Okay, so okay, so while he gets that together and get ready to come back, I am going to go through the chat room. Okay, yes. Thank you all for being patient. So let me see, what do we have here? So you guys were responding to some of the questions I was asking. And Richard Billmonger said culture is the most important factor towards adequate communication. Donald Will says facts. We need to keep respect in the game. Oh, Judge Dre. Hi, Judge Dre. Welcome.
I'm back.
He can't change.
Did you come to offer your assistance?
I got it now because you can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, all right. Yeah, when you take away my earphones, it cuts everything because it's like a mic and earphones together. So it kind of like, I guess that's a bug in this type of earphones like this, especially when you're dealing with a PC, it can cut everything where you have to restart everything. So that's not a good thing to do.
You can't change sources in StreamYard.
Right, right. That's the
Okay.
glitch.
So can you go ahead and play the song, or can you put the link to the song in the chat?
Okay. No, what I can do is share the screen. I could put that song up and I can share the screen and that's when it would play without me doing anything different. You got what I was saying? Okay, like I'm gonna bring the song up now, right? First thing I do is bring the song up.
Okay.
And then once I get the song up, I don't have to play it then. And then I ask to share that screen for that song. And that's how that would work. Let me see and close this down again, cancel. And then bring out share the screen, and then that should be in there somewhere.
Do you need me to hit share screen?
Oh no, I got it. I told you once I know where I made the mistake at. Now right here, and you should be able to hear it now. Can you hear it now? Can you hear it?
I do not hear it.
You didn't hear it?
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna share it again. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do audio. All right. Go up here, application. Now tell me, can you hear it? All right. You don't hear it?
Why don't you send it to Rain and have her play it?
Oh yeah, she can get it off YouTube on my channel. I'm gonna just take that down because if you try to share it, usually when you just do it this way, you hit share and share audio,
Yes.
and when you do it that way right there, it usually play when I bring it up like this. Now I bring it up like this, and I go into application. I cancel that, come back into share screen again, do application, right, and this one right here. Now, see what happens when I do it that way. I do it so fast, I forget to hit the audio. That's my fault. So I'm gonna have to hit the audio again, do window, and then okay, window, entire window application, cancel. But anyway, we can keep on talking while we're doing it, and so this is starting to be a little headache. But you could go on YouTube on my page and you can pull that song up. It's called "Love Is Real." And I made that song for men and women. And I was just sitting in the studio one night and I said, you know what? Maybe if I say it this way. Matter of fact, one sister stopped talking to me after I made this song. And so I was like, I don't even know why she stopped talking to me, but I think it just didn't do well with her for some reason, you know. And I never did figure it out. Now you should be able to hear it now. Can you hear it?
Nope.
Nope. No. Okay, let's
But give it a second. Give it a second. Let's not be so hasty.
okay. You think it might be a delay?
Nope. Okay, I just don't hear it now. We'll come back to the song. Or you know
Okay,
what?
well, don't worry about it. We come back there. You can always share it in your link, on your page.
Why
So
don't
don't
we
even worry about it.
why don't you drop the link to the why don't you drop the link in the chat room and then
Mm.
I will share it from my end.
Oh, you can share it from there? Okay.
Yes. That's
Okay, well, let me get this song out of my ear because it's ringing in my ear right about now. Okay. Let's just get back and so I can get about what was your question again? It was about
it was how do or do you think it is possible? What is the way for women, for us sisters to humble ourselves or to show humility and compassion towards the brothers while they're in this space and when they are expressing their frustrations and their indignation, right? How do we humble ourselves to prepare for a coming together? Do you believe it is even possible for the black women and the black men to build families like there once were?
um hmm. I think the best thing that women can do now is just go ahead and train and teach their daughters. I think it don't went so long. It'll be more easy for you to ask all black women to go natural. It would be for them to understand exactly what you just laid out on the table now, or even want to change. Now you know how hard it is for us to get off pork and go natural and all this other kind of stuff. That's how hard it would be. Or tell black people you need to get away from Christianity. Or tell black people you need to get away from religion altogether. That's how hard it would be. So I think the only thing you do is lay the ground rule and the protocols and the map out there where us as family, we can start raising our daughters and our sons in the way that we want them to be as adults. I don't think I just really believe that at this point in our life, that I think it's just really too late for, especially if you over 35. If you over 35, you ain't changing nothing. Not that drastic. Because I'm telling you, it's a drastic change. You know how drastic this change is?
Wow, how drastic.
Well, you had you had black people who came here who had their own culture, had their own everything, who was probably in their ninth dynasty when white people were still pulling they women, white men was pulling their women by hair. We don't build 9 dynasties. And so what I'm trying to say is when we came over here, they had to, it's almost like, I don't know if you ever got a bug in your computer where you had to take it to the computer shop where they had to take your hard drive out and reformat it and start it all back over again. So you had black people to come over here and black men were stripped of power by the time they got out that ship. Do you know black women used to actually whip? I have never seen it in a movie. Black women used to actually whip black men when they would be disobedient. The slave master used to make black women whip black men
Hmm.
just to let them know you didn't have a man to protect you. This is not really a man where a woman is actually whipping him. I mean, she was forced to do it. She didn't volunteer to do it. But these are some of the things they use to change our nature. Now, you want to know why uh, nobody nobody talks about this? Okay, let me take the echo out. Nobody talks about this, but you know why the black women train their daughters different than they train their son? See, back in the day, a black woman would be sassy, and nobody would even pay her no attention because they know she didn't have any power. But at the same time, black men had to walk around with their head down. Can everybody hear me?
Oh
Yeah, we
yes,
hear you.
oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So here it is. It's almost like training in the domestic animal. You take a wolf and you take him into the laboratory and you make a dog so he no longer has his own nature where he could be retrained like a circus animal. You can make a lion sound like a pussycat versus a row. You have a big ass lion going around saying meow so you don't change his nature. So black women back in the day, they used to teach their sons to be more docile because they figured that's the only way they could live. If they taught him how to be the true man that he should grow up to be, he would probably end up in a tree hung or sold. So they taught the women, the girls, to be sassy. So that's why when you look at old films, you will see these black women who be serving at the table be saying, yes, sir, you know, Miss Jones, you need to be doing that. Get your hands off that. You would never see a black man doing that. He always walking around chefing his feet. Yes, sir, boss. We sick, you know, stuff like that. So I'm sharing my screen now again. So so people can see me. Uh, so that's why we got to understand this history of us being in this country. See, this didn't start in the 80s. This didn't start in the 50s. This didn't start in the 40s. This started when we first stepped off that ship. Now, I know a lot of brothers don't want to hear that because the first thing they want to say, here you go with that slavery stuff. Let me tell you something. Why is it you don't understand the importance of slavery, but you understand the importance of all this white wealth you see around you that was built off your ancestors? You understand that? You go in there and understand the money figures of that. You understand that every law they have on the book that you talk about Pookie's and Ray breaking, that white man broke every damn law it was to steal this land, to enslave us, to kill people all over this planet. And he built one of the best countries in the world under his direction. He didn't do the work. We tilled the soil. The Indians lost over 90 million people. And so what I'm trying to say is we understand the importance of this wealthy #1 country now, but we don't want to understand how it got that way and how it have in, infected us mentally, turned us into we are lions and turn us into pussycats where we go meow. But these are some of the things I think brothers are going to have to start bringing into the conversation. Because as you vocalizing what you feeling, you got to understand what your shortcomings are too. Because you can't go back to the table and ready to negotiate if you still wounded. And I'm not talking about wounded from your woman. I'm talking about wounded from the process of you being trained.
Wow. Okay. So when you say that, and I know that you're not the only person to share that sentiment. So when you say that for the older women, it's too late. At best now, it is to train up our daughters. How
Yes,
do you propose the women would be able to train up the daughters if they don't understand the humility and the submission themselves? What are we missing as a whole that prevents us from seeing? What is blocking our view? What's blocking our view? What's blocking our ears?
you know what it is? See, with every action, there's a reaction. Black men have never, other than this new generation, have never put women under a microscope where it's a cost not to do what should be done. See, when I first came to California, everybody was wearing brown, gray, and black and white. And I was wondering, I like, damn, I'm in California and the fashion here is just like, damn, it's the worst in fashion I ever seen. Black people dress better than this. But what I didn't understand, that there was a gang war with red and blue. And so there's a consequence when you wore red on the wrong side of town or you wore blue on the wrong side of town. See, let me turn this down a little bit. Black men have never had the power to make demands. And so until black men get the power to make demands, because there will be a cost if you don't subscribe to our demands, then women, as long as they got Mr. Charlie taking care of them, where they don't have to listen to black men, that's why they're not willing to change. Think about that. A black woman will go to work, and Mr. Charlie would tell her, I'm using old terms now, and this woman got 3 kids, she's single, and she got a babysitter, but Mr. Charlie say, I know you get off at 5 o'clock, but I'm gonna need you here at 9 o'clock. That woman ain't gonna say nothing. She ain't gonna say a damn thing because she know there's a consequence. If she say, no, I can't do this, he can fire her on the spot. See, black men don't have that power where we can make women understand that if you don't follow this protocol, you fired. So until black men to get that type of power, then black women ain't gonna have to listen to black men no more than somebody who could wear red and blue on different sides of the towns and nothing happens to them, versus when I came here, something would happen to you. So that's what it is. It's like, okay, you said it, but what do it mean? I don't have to follow your instructions because I lose nothing, I gain nothing, but other than listening to you, following your instruction, and I lose nothing if I don't follow your instruction. So I can just do what I want to do. So why would a person want to listen when they figure you ain't got no power? Until black men get to take their power back and make it a price to pay for black women not to raise our daughters to be women, not ladies, because there's a difference between a woman and a lady. A lady looks at a magazine and decided what lipstick she should wear, what hairstyle she wear, what Gucci bag she should buy this month or next month, or what church she go to by the media. A woman is in her DNA. It's given to her on her spiritual sense, and she know what she is, and she follow instructions of her strands of her DNA. But see, we are so far away from that now, and there's no consequences if she don't follow our direction due to the fact we don't have the power. So a lot of brothers decided if I ain't got the power, it's time for me to go and go somewhere else where I can lay down my blueprint and my woman's willing to follow me. And I guess I don't know what the SYM, I don't know what the brothers call themselves, that they're travelers to go out and find, wives. I'm not talking about the brothers who just go to countries and just want to have sex with women. I'm talking about brothers who actually want to go outside the country, out of America, and find a woman and bring her back. But everybody can't do that. So we gonna have to get our family back together. So brothers are gonna have to come up with a system where we got our power, and women gonna have to listen. They don't have no other choice. But as long as they keep letting somebody who don't have our best interest keep feeding them with money, they ain't gonna never listen to brothers. And that's serious.
That is very serious.
You let another enemy comes in and divide and conquer one of the oldest war strategies that ever been on this planet. And that's what women don't understand. Because I tell women like this, if they decide to kill all the brothers right now, who the hell you think is next? You the only one produce black men. If they kill all the brothers now, they go treat you like shit and kill you all because you are the manufacturer of black men and black women. It's gonna be a hard lesson to learn, and I'm sorry. And in America, y'all gonna learn that lesson, and that's what it's gonna come down to. It's gonna have to come to where it's gonna be a hard lesson, where black women go see if they don't go back to the black man straight and feminine, that they're dead. Because the white man really don't like you. He just uses you because he know you the closest link to us. And if you want to destroy the people, you have to find the closest link that make the other link weak. And that's what black women do to black men when they let outsiders come in and control our household. They're making the family weak and they are dividing the family. And I don't think that's a lesson they're ready to, or a change they're ready for. That's why I say we go have to retrain our male childs and our female childs. We got to understand the difference between a lady and a woman. And that's as far as I go with all the other stuff, the B's and the H. I don't go in that direction. But I know a woman is God made and a lady is man made.
Wow. Say that again.
I know that a woman is God made and a lady is man made. And that's just the real deal.
That's heavy. And of course, what do they need? Right? They need us to be women.
Yes. At the most feminine you can be. Let me ask all the women out there in the chat room right now. If women have become the thing they used to say when I was being raised, I'm the mother and the father. When a woman was left as single, that's what she used to tell the children. I'm your mother and your father because your father ain't here. Just think about it. If a man would say, you would see feminine qualities in a man, what lady would want a man with feminine qualities? Let's just reverse the book for a minute. So if your man start wearing dresses and high heels and more makeup than you, would you want that man? Would that represent your other better half? Well, this is what women been wanting to us as men to accept with her masculine way that she carries herself. She's been carrying herself like a man and with feminine body parts, but then she still act like a man. I see women on certain videos duking it up. I mean, they fisting it up. This society make women feel like, you are equal to a man. You will never ever be equal to a man, and a man will never ever be equal to you. Reason why, every grain of grass in the universe has a female and a male. And it takes two, just like positive and negative, to start energy. The problem is you want to have two negative or two positive, and a car can't start on that. It'll just sit there. But y'all don't understand that as female, how y'all are being used. And if you've been used to kill the strongest thing on this planet, you got to know you next in line. And I don't understand why it took so long for brothers to start cussing out sisters and so disappointed with them where they used the most degrading names to call them for them to start listening, not seeing all the other effects and the properties of their behavior where they men is not respected on no level. Why is it that you are raising a boy and you raising a girl and you got this attitude about yourself of teaching your girl that, look, your dad ain't smart. I run circles around him. He's just as dumb as you want. And women talk like that, even in my time. He think he's so smart. He can't tell me what to do. Get to shaking their head. But then that damn man at the job tell your ass to stay at 9 o'clock. Now you got to call the babysitter and hope she can keep your children to 9 o'clock. But you don't say nothing to him. But your man can't even come in and ask you to cook him a decent meal. Cook it your damn self. I ain't your slave. Or if your man is having a hard time getting a job, you talking to him like a child. Here you go again with that bullshit. Well, go on in there and get $5 out of my purse. Talking to him like he's a child. Not understanding his plight as a black man, that he's a target. And you are assisting the sniper to take him out. So if you winning and you a woman and you think you winning, why in the hell you gonna listen to a black man? That's why I say they'll never change. We just have to retrain our daughters and our sons. Because these women, they feel like I got a better job, I got better education. Why the hell I need you? That's the same thing when welfare came along. It's like I can get food for my kids, I can get medical for my kids, I can get low income houses. What the hell I need you for? They gonna tell me they'll cut me off if I have you in my life. I can have it on easy street. I'm not saying all black women are like that, but these are the things that are offered to them. And me raising my daughter as a single father, some of these things was not even offered to me. So it just wasn't because you're a single parent. You know how many times I had to walk in places and sign my name on pieces of paper, didn't have the father name on the paper. It had only the mother name, and then now they had to call and verify with the mother. that I had the right to bring the child there when I had physical custody of the child. So these things are made to keep us divided. These white women, yeah, y'all can say what y'all want to say, black woman. These white women are doing what they need to do out in the country club, bullshitting around, having a good time. They ain't with all this me. You see a lot of trailer park trash in this Me Too movement. You don't see no middle class and no rich white people in this D movement. You see a lot of tramps who went into Hollywood and let somebody abuse them, but they know they was going in them doors to be abused, and that's why they was wearing them mini skirts where they could bend over and you can see their address and their zip code. If they even had to sneeze, their damn dress would show their underwear. But they know what they was getting into. So a lot of these trailer park trash white people are into this Me Too movement, but not no real white women. They're like, shit, my man bank account is fat. And if he decide to leave me, shit, I got half of it. What the hell I'm gonna get up on a bullhorn talking about some shit? So that's just the way it is. But black women don't understand this. They let white women and white feminists use them for numbers, and as soon as they get what they want, they drop their ass. These same white women want to use you for feminist numbers. Number one is the same white women was holding your ass back in the first place. The same white man hire you, hire me. So how in the hell I ever had any power to hold over you? What the hell you doing in any kind of feminist movement? The same white man hired you, hired me, or fired me, fired you. I ain't never had no power to stop you from doing anything. But we don't see it that way.
I'm gonna send you a video, Rick. Hold on one second.
You asked the question of what took the men so long to start really fussing and really calling the sisters out of their names and to express their
Well,
upset, right?
um, I think what we don't understand is in evolution, there's a lot of different layers to get from one place to another place. And what I think the younger generation don't understand is even though y'all say we dropped the ball on a lot of stuff, in which we did on a lot of stuff, we dropped the ball. But you got to understand we was in a different time and a different fight. So I'm gonna tell you what we were fighting. We was fighting just to have the right to live. That we didn't have to go in our front yard and see a damn cross burning. Or we was having a fight to be treated as equally, where we can walk down the street and not have the shit beat out of us by police or anybody else who wanted to use us as a what you call them things like the Mexican have when pinata, they use us like a pinata on Friday nights. So that's what we was fighting the government to have. We was paying taxes and we wanted an equal representation because we believe if we go pay taxes, we should be covered under the law equally like everybody else. Now, at the same time, we was having marches and having our scrolling bit by German Shepherd, by four-legged dogs, with two-legged dogs sicking them on us. Even some of our women lost their breasts by dogs biting them because that's the way they trained them. So we was in that fight. And when we came home, and even though it wasn't the best, our women understood what we was going through, and so they were a little more nourished towards us. But since all this equal rights stuff boiled over, and all of a sudden black women jumped up like we had some kind of yardstick over their head, and they joined this feminine movement. And see, now that was the decline of the family. And what happened is it didn't all happen at once. See, everybody think this has happened at once. No, this was a development. And I guess by the times out of the 90s, By the time we got into the 90s, we had the hip hop. I'm gonna tell you this, and a lot of old people ain't gonna tell you this because they tell you they don't like hip hop or they don't like rap. It was the rappers. I'm sorry, y'all gonna have to get this to the rappers. It was the rappers because back in the day, we the Temptation, you know, we the Platinums, we this, we that, Levert, we this. I mean, we was talking about love with women without woman. That's what we was talking about. But when the rappers came out, they were the first manosphere. They're the first one who started breaking the signs down, what they didn't like. See, what y'all women got to understand, and I want you to listen to this real serious. Your sons love you, but they don't like you. This is what I just said. Your sons love you, but they don't like you. And the reason why they don't like you, they don't heard you say all the disparaging things about their fathers and men in general with your girlfriends while you sitting in the house giggling, talking about what you just did to a man, used a man or whatever. Your sons was listening to them conversations, knowing that he had to grow up one day and be that man that you were talking about. And that's this generation you are listening to right now who got tired of that type of conversation. And they had the rap groups or the hip hop give them another way to look at things. So we go blame it on the hip hop or waking our ass up.
I think though, thank you for the very detailed, in-depth analogies. I think when we heard the aggression in the music, in the rap music, when we heard the name calling, I think that we did not associate that with the brothers, the men, even the young men at that time. I don't think we associated that with
Most certain you did.
of seeing us develop into, how shall I say, ladies.
Yeah.
Give it a definition.
Well,
And
think
I,
about this.
uh-huh.
Think about this. If you hear somebody in hip hop say, you a hoe or you a bitch, and you will say, as a woman, I don't like that kind of music because it's degrading towards women. But you wasn't saying that when you were having your boyfriend over the house, talking shit about his father, but then you bring another man in the house, lay down with you, like as if they think the TV is playing in the room. They don't hear you screaming and hollering and having an Olympic thon in the bath, I'm gonna say in your bedroom. Now you can say it wasn't your kid's business, but you the one brought that man in the house. So what happens when your son grow up and know what the definition of a whore is, and now he use it openly because that's the way you were. You was having relationship openly with maybe more than one man. You had a man to fix your damn house. You had another man to pay your car note, and then you still had a job. So what I'm saying is, these young men's, and I want y'all to listen to this again. They love you, mama, but they don't like you. They don't like your behavior. But a boy can't grow up and tell his mama he don't like his behavior at that time. So then he had to put it in records. Now you're starting to hear the evolution of the records into brothers actually coming out and saying it now. Now, it wouldn't be my way of approaching, but you got to let the young generation do what they do. Like my father didn't have a connection with me. My father was 50 years old when he had me. So it's a lot of things I was doing he didn't understand because he was so much older than me. I understood what he was teaching me, but he didn't understand where I was going. So if we go have accountability in our community, we gonna have to know where this junk and this mess started at. We gonna have to know how it evolved into this mushroom. How many years went past of people not even paying attention to it, where it just don't got so out of whack now. Brothers will come out on all these channels and say anything. But you listen to this, my beautiful sisters, women. 75% of all households is ran by single mothers. So if you don't like these brothers talking all this shit, who the hell you think raised them? They didn't come from Mars. You were the one in charge of them from the time they was a child until they growed up into a man. You produced that. You gonna have to be accountable of what you hearing now, because you produced that. Now you can say the father wasn't there, but he had no input. All the input your child got from you. So if you don't like what you produce, maybe you need to go back and do some analytics and see how you can change this thing. And I'll leave it at that.
I mean, well, that's a hell of a place to leave it. I mean, and I mean, that's a very profound, bold statement. And I
And
have to say that it's true. I couldn't argue with that if I couldn't argue with that if I wanted to. I really couldn't, because when you nailed it when you said, if you say, well, the father wasn't there. So you try to shift the blame onto the father not being there. But him not being there means he had no input. So whatever information, be it good or bad, the input came from the mouths of the mothers, or those she had around. They had around them,
most certainly.
and that does bear some responsibility being taken. As painful as it is to hear that, as rough, well, not rough, because you really didn't deliver it rough, but as hard as that is on the ears to receive, it must be received if there is any desire and any expectation to go forward and to be some sort of factor, to play any kind of role in the healing and the freedom and the mental freedom of our men. So I think, you saying that, what I'm hearing is for myself.
What was that again?
What I'm hearing for myself
Mm-hmm.
is women in my age bracket, um, my generation of women taking responsibility for accepting and taking responsibility for the roles the women, the older generations had in any influence that they had in aiding in our breakdown with this.
Major role. They so when you understand that, then you will understand why I maneuver in the manosphere or Black YouTube male spaces, because I know all this. And even though I know all this, I know there will have to be some correction in the males too, because you can't straighten up your woman if you still crooked. Because you still crooked due to the fact she's crooked, and so you don't balance yourself out to be crooked so you can deal with her. But once she gets straight, you can't be crooked no more, brother. So that's why I hang out in the male space in the manosphere, because I give them the right to. I don't give nobody. They have the right to voice whatever they displease in their relationship. But then there should be somebody like me as an elder who can speak and whisper in the ear and hit the soul, where they can see maybe a difference in their approach when she do get straight. And that's why I disagree with Oprah, who took a school to Africa for only for girls. And I say, if you do get the girls all educated and different mindset, what the men they go date at? You need to educate them. So what you're trying to do is make the women be the ruler over the men because you refuse to educate them, but you want to educate the women. See, this is the BS that we deal with in these other people culture, that they roll like that, but that ain't the way African people roll. So I'm and other elders like BGS and other people who may have a listening ear of the younger generation, we got to do our due diligence too. We got to give back like we was given. We just can't just shake our heads and it's like, oh hell, I don't want to deal with these fools. I mean, sometimes I want to give up. I've been on the front line for a long time. Seriously, I've been actually on the front line for 40 years. I didn't need YouTube to come along for me to have to show my receipts. If you was out there in the movement, you would know who I am. The only reason you don't know who I am because you wasn't in the movement. You was in the movement, you would know that I was in the nation and I was Dr. Khalid, special security under brother Steve Muhammad. You would know that I'm a true person of listening to Carl Nelson and WOL 1450. And every time he rocked the nation, we was out there on front line, from getting DJs fired from calling black women crack babies producers. You would know that I'm first in line when something go wrong in LA. On front line, visible. I could have lost my whole career by some of the things I was in. I'm the same brother who got Martin to go see Minister Farrakhan. And right after that, he took off that dress. So I'm the same brother who went to Costa Rica and refused to let white people put white people in blackface so it looked like we was Africans doing rafting down a river when we got a whole side of black Africans over there in Costa Rica they could have used. And I refuse to let them shoot that shot. I'm the same brother who went to the producers of Congo and told them no longer are the Africans going to be changing in the honey wagon where men go in there, because the honey wagon is where you use the bathroom at. Change their clothes, you're going to have to give them a tent or you're going to have to get them a dressing room. So I don't have to prove anything to you two. You can take J Speed, OG60, and forget about him. Go and Google J Speed Forney, Forney, and see what you come up with. See, some brothers need to be superheroes on these channels. J Speed ain't never charged you 1 cent. I don't have a cash app. I didn't have whatever the hell YouTube do, a super chat. I have never charged anybody for any medical assistance I gave them or any kind of nutrition or anything. I am the brother who I've always did one thing that I learned from the nation, Dick Gregory, Dr. Sabi: offer your people a service and don't ask them for a paycheck. That's how you write yourself in history. That's how you balance the scales of good and bad, because I ain't perfect. I have did some crazy stuff in my life, but I ain't never robbed nobody, stole nothing from nobody. Have always tried to help people, but I still got some crazy things that I did. I ain't perfect. Wasn't perfect in a relationship. I wouldn't say my first wife would have worked, but my second wife would work. Some of the things I did in that relationship due to the fact I didn't want to have any more children. I was at my point, I thought I was too old. So I have did some things, but then I wake up and then I say, I can't be selfish. My wife wants children. Then either I have to do one of two things: give her children or let her go. And we departed on mutual time. That was the most beautiful woman I ever had in my life. But we departed for me not being selfish and saying, I know when I look in your mother and father face, they want you to have children. But we got married knowing that we weren't going to have children, but I seen it. I did not want to grow old with this woman and let her hate me for not letting children come through her wombs. So I let her go. She got 3 children. We communicate. We still friends,
Wow.
everything. So that's beautiful to me. But I was just taught, when you marry or you have sexual intercourse with a virgin, you don't kick her to the curb. And most certain, when you get a woman pregnant, you don't kick her to the curb. So my first marriage was based on me getting somebody pregnant. My second marriage was based on me having sexual intercourse with a virgin. So I never been in a relationship where I was in love. It was just I've been in a relationship due to the fact of how I was raised to respect women and respect yourself. So that's what I'm just saying is I was a player. Back in the 70s, I was a player from the Himalaya. I ran through women like a lot of people run through barbecue at a picnic, let me say a barbecue. But in the midst of all that, I didn't run through women. I ran through ladies who put themselves in that situation for me with a gift for gab can come along and sweep them off their feet. Hell, I wouldn't do so bad at 60 years old now. Most people can't even guess my age. I still got my baby hair in my head. But I have an understanding of consciousness now of our community. I don't teach like a lot of other brothers. I don't even speak like a lot of other brothers. A lot of other brothers sound eloquent. They sound like they come from Harvard. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? Yeah, you okay? You know, they sound like that. I ain't going around with my damn chest all tight, my lips all tight, trying to sound like white people. People get my drift. And that's why I say me and BGS is just two different type of teachers. There's nothing wrong with his method, but there's damn sure ain't nothing wrong with mine because I have seen mine's work just as well as he's probably seen his work. You know, some people, like when you went to school, my sister, you had certain teachers who could just teach you just, it's made it so easy. Then you had some teachers that were just so complicated you can not figure out what the hell they're trying to get out of you.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna leave it at that. I forgot I've been a little long-winded.
No, you're doing well. I want to go back to and finish a statement about when rappers came out with the music where they were calling the women, the females out of their names, and us at that time not being able, not having the maturity. I mean, a lot of us were teenagers, right? And then so as teenagers, but for the adults didn't really
Little
listen to
energy drink.
it. So for teenagers, I think that we had no way of being able to associate that with a pain and a frustration and an anger towards what they were seeing growing up versus what they were experiencing at that time, right? And then
That's right.
for girls like me, that kind of music wasn't allowed to be played anyway. So I'm hearing it, through others. And then I could just say, they, there's this name calling, the B's and the H's, like that ain't me. You know what I'm saying? And so it was so easy to just say that's not me and disregard it than to try to ever put a story, a relatable story, a more meaningful, relatable story to it. And so you're actually giving you're actually shaping a whole new perspective for me, which says a lot. You're shaping a whole new perspective and removing, clearing up some blockages in my own space.
Okay.
To listen differently and to go back and actually take a look back in time what myself and the others overlooked and what mothers and what aunts and overlooked and just kind of pushed off. The flip side of that being the females that embraced it, embraced the culture of women being degraded and becoming those females too, excuse me, that were being illustrated and talked about as if that's what the men were desiring. So it's kind of it's opening up different layers and different stories all at the same time. The ladies that allowed themselves or that were conditioned, not just through themselves, but even in their own house or their environment, but that were conditioned and shaped to be the ladies that slept around, to be the hoes, and the nasty attitudes and whatnot. them being who they became made it, unfortunately, made it easy for females like myself to just kind of write them off and just kind of separate from them, to not be associated and generalized and lumped in with them. So, but never giving a story, never been able to associate the story that the men were given, to what they were forming. So it's a lot of, there are now some different moving components to this for myself.
Okay. It's all about reach one, teach one, and we all learn. I even learn when I'm talking. I learn from myself from talking sometimes. And so that's good because I get most of my inspiration from my father and my grandmother. My father is because he's my hero. And my grandmother, who's the epitome of what a woman should be. And so when you understand them two dynamics in my life, then it's easy to maneuver in this and see what's wrong and see where you bring some of that wrong even yourself. Because the same dog bit you, my sister bit me too. Now, I can't say you walk away with a wound, and I didn't walk away without a wound. Hell, we both were bit. But the problem is, as Spike Lee would say, we all have to wear the mask, but some of us so happy to wear it. We all have a way we talk when we're around black people. We all have a way we talk when we're around white people. And we can fool ourselves and say we don't, but you know we do. So I think a lot of women couldn't see what the rappers were saying. And I do believe there are some women who did see, but they prefer to point the finger at other women and say, that's not me. But that was you, sister. Not you, my sister, personally. But I'm just speaking of women who can say, that's not me, that's the girl down the street. Yeah, but you was sneaking John in the house after you came from the club. That was you too. She was selling it, but you was getting it away free. But you was doing it in your household where your children know that you were bringing strange men in the house. And they know when he sneaked out, they ain't sleep. I don't know why parents think children are stupid. So it's easy for women to point fingers at other women and say, that's not me. But so many of them were that woman.
I have to ask this question. Man, I have to ask this question, OG.
Well, go ahead.
Why didn't the black men fight harder? Why didn't they take a stand against the system when they saw the system coming for the women? Why didn't they take a stand to stay in the homes? Why didn't they take a stand to why did they take a stand to not be at odds with the women, to have the women taking some kind of headship or rulership over them? Why did they take a stand from sisters getting involved in the feminist movement? Because one thing I think, excuse me, my chair is kind of squeaky, but one thing I think was part of the complaints and that made some women go this way was being cheated on, being left, um, being abused. Um, and I'm only going to speak about those, about those situations. So having that and seeing, okay, this is a help or whatever, why didn't the men as a whole come together and say, we're not going to let our women partake in this?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think America was ready for that kind of mass murder because the women had bought into it, and anything left in less than death wasn't gonna change your mind. Let me give you a perfect example. As the women who you saying that lived that lifestyle, there was a little small man named Elijah Muhammad who totally believed if you want to fix the black community, you had to get the women straightened out first. He built the nation on straightening the women out first because he know that the woman speaks to that fetus in her stomach way before it comes into life. And if that woman is speaking that negative vibration to that fetus, then that fetus, when it comes out and takes its first breath, he comes into a life of madness. And understanding that he's coming or she's coming into a life of madness. But at the same time that the women was getting welfare, Elijah Muhammad was building the Nation of Islam. He started in 1930. At the same time that black men and black women was treated in the most worst condition that anybody can live in, Marcus Garvey was building his movement, the Pan-Africans, the strongest movement ever been in the United States. So it's not as you had only one channel to watch as a woman, but the women who didn't join these organizations, it'll be just like I said. I don't think America was ready for that kind of mass murder because they bought into it. Now think about this. Here you are, a man who's a day worker. You go from job to job each day, just like you see the Spanish people in the 90s and now standing on the corner, Home Depot, waiting for somebody to pick him up because he was dealing with Jim Crow, not being treated as an equal. Now that was that side of it that we're speaking on right now. And when you ask me that question, why did men not do that? Well, when you can't have stable employment and your wife don't even look at your girlfriend or your women of your group don't even look at you as a provider due to the fact you in the wilderness of North America where everything that you got, you had to work twice as hard and sometimes 5 times as hard as anybody else or any other race. So you heard this statement before, you can't get blood from a turnip. How in the hell can you get that kind of power from a person who had no power? Because most certainly if he had power, he would have been working a regular job where he had to be a day worker. I mean, we've seen it in good times. That actually happens throughout our community, and especially in a project.
Wow. Wow.
But at the same time, you got the other channel going on with the Nation of Islam. At the same time, you had another channel with Marcus Garvey movement. So it's not that they didn't have a choice. I think the question should be is why women allow people who didn't have their best interests destroy their man. I think that's the question. And why did she go along with it?
Wow. Dang. Now I actually want to find some people to ask that, to pose that question to. Why was that accepted?
Right, because she had choices. Why did she sit there and watch her man be destroyed while she made her gains in life, knowing that she was raising sons who got to go through that same treatment? Why would she want her children to have to go through that same treatment? Why did she buy into it? That's the question.
Let's go into the chat room before it gets too far away and then come back.
Okay.
And I'm going to go up and start from the top. I know some people were actually responding to what you were saying earlier and to some of the questions. So I'm going to go, let me scroll all the way up. And thank you for sharing and for your patience while I go through the chat.
Okay.
A lot of people were saying that as you were speaking, were saying that that's deep. That is deep. We got a lot of that's deep. So we're definitely gonna thank you for being deep tonight. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of it too.
Great. And Richard said at one point, he said, oh, welcome, Sam, I am. He said, it's a given that there is going to be cats that are somewhat bitter from being hurt. But for them, is there a limit to the intensity of their cry?
I say, when you're in a war, there's no limit until you win.
Mm.
Think about the white man. He didn't mind killing over 90 million Indians.
Mm.
He didn't mind bringing us in ships packed like sardines to till the soil, but then try to fool you and tell you that we are lazy while he was sitting on the damn front porch drinking lemonade and telling you gotta die and go to heaven for you to be in heaven. But he could live here and be in heaven and then go to heaven when he died. So he has heaven twice, but you got to live in hell so you can get to heaven. This is the kind of tricks was played on us. So yeah, I believe in war, everything is good for me. There will be casualties of war. There will be sacrifice. But in the end of the day, we're sacrificing and we're dying anyway. We ain't accomplishing anything but fighting against each other.
That's true. Okay. And then he said, and I believe this was in regards to women being humbling ourselves. So he said that's not happening until we're forced into a position to have to be respectfully receptive.
right?
Mm.
And that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen till the white man kick y'all to the curb. And it's coming soon, before 2025. This one I just said, that ain't gonna happen until the white man kick y'all to the curb.
Wow. I have a great deal of respect for you and your delivery. I have a great deal of respect for your presence. So, and there are a few in my chat room that I share that sentiment. So, it's actually able to land a little bit better with me. I think that's not only, I know that's because I know the intention of your heart. I know that there is no, you have no malice towards us. You have no desire or no ill intentions towards us. So it makes what you're saying able to, and not just land, but what you're saying is like, it's really hitting me in my gut.
That's why I wanted you to be with me. Because a person who write the stuff that you write, beautiful poems that you write, I knew that you was spiritual connected with the universe. There's no way you can write that kind of stuff if you're not spiritual connected. Now you know I petitioned for you to even do a segment on my show to where you would just come out and just expose some of your writings. So I knew if I ever wanted to do an interview, I knew that you were going to be the one I let do that interview with me.
I'm honored. I'm so honored, and I am, my spirit, my whole being right now is like so humble. And I'm so honored. Like I didn't know, and I still don't know because we have more to go. I didn't know how this was going to go, but I am deeply, my spirit is deeply humbled. My whole essence right now is deeply, deeply humbled.
Yes, ma'am.
So he said, it'd be dope if it were to become a genuine designer of them. But sadly, I don't see such as being too likely to occur. And Richard Billmonger, you know, unfortunately, I agree. Unfortunately, and I do think it's unfortunate. I do think that it is a very unfortunate thing that even for me, that even from the outside looking in, our
Could you?
women are
Oh,
too headstrong. Um, and it would definitely take a lot of work. I agree. Go ahead, OG. Go ahead.
I think what, and see, this is what I'm talking about. Really knowing history. Our past is so shameful in this country that we'll start promoting things is not as important as how we get out of this. And I'm speaking on Black Caesar now. Look here, my brother. The oldest person they found on this planet is Lucy. Is 1.3 million years old. And there's a man they found right after her, pretty much in that same time frame. We are the mothers and fathers of this planet. We are the first of the design of man and woman. Every race come through that woman, black woman's womb. She can make every color, every race. Because black is not a color, it's the essence of all colors. And when you understand that, I really don't have to go back and say that there were black people in North America on this plateau right here where we at, and we wasn't all bought here as slaves. I do know the Mayans and the Aztecs. I do know the history of North America. But I can't be so shameful of my history of what was done to us that got us in this condition that I had to placate it with something I already knew in the first place. We are the first on every spot on this planet. There's no place that we haven't stepped down on soil and we wasn't first. No place. That's a known. But our condition here was done so, man, the World Court called this the worstest crime against humanity. So what is the importance of me trying to prove that black people was already here in America when I'm talking about our condition today? Which I knew that. I know that. I was taught that. Not just here, but all over this planet. Let's don't confuse the conversation. Yes, we can be proud of that. We can be proud of the one God theory from M.U. Tapp, and we can be proud of the dynasties. We could be proud of the Moors, mathematics. We could be proud of a lot of things that black people have did. But that's not our conversation now. Our conversation now is how we got here. Mentally. When somebody beat you down mentally, any person who's in the field of understanding the brain and the mind will tell you. You can physically abuse somebody and that scar can go away. Or even if you have the scar, you can live with it. But when you mentally break somebody down, that scar stays a lifetime. So I do understand we all wasn't brought here. But that's not why we're in the condition we are in today. So I don't want to get the history mixed up because our history didn't start here in America. Our history is so rich, it's not even 2% of who we are as a people. I understand that. But when I'm trying to fix a car that's broken down, I don't have time to be looking at the dealership with all the cars that are running right. I'm trying to fix the car that's broken down. It's not that I'm trying to ignore that there are cars out there that are running correctly. But that's not our problem in our relationship in our community. And that's the problem I'm trying to fix. We'll get to that part over there. But first, we got to get our mind right, our spirit right. These people took 3 things away from us when we got here. Our name, our land, and our religion. And they replaced them with what they wanted us to know. A man don't lock you up in a cage and then throw a Bible in it that represents a key that gonna make you free so you can walk out of that jail. Why the hell did he put you in there if he wanted you to be free? So when this man gave us this Bible, he gave it to us where we can praise something we never seen in our life, our invisible spook, and cuss the person out who looks like the God in the image of God. You cuss and kill him every day, but you love something you ain't never seen. So I do understand your compassion to let your people know that we all wasn't brought here as slaves. There's nothing wrong with that, my brother. But that ain't the car we fixing today. That ain't the car that OG is trying to fix. OG is trying to fix people the way they eat, what medicines they take. This man right here ain't had a cold in 40 years. No pneumonia, no cold, no nothing. I'm 6'1", 195 pounds with a six-pack at 60. Still got a good in and out basketball game. Crossover. So what I'm trying to tell you is, I wear the scars of where we came from. I am a student. I don't know all the answers. I do know some damn good questions. I am a student of a student of a student of a student. And I've been taught by the best, from everybody from Dick Gregory College to Minister Farrakhan to a lot of other people, my father, my grandmother. I know the history of this country. I know the history of this planet. Not all, but enough to know where we were and who we are. We are the first mother and father of this planet. And I make no excuses, unapologetic, by knowing what I know. But I'm trying to fix the car here, my brother. So it's not that I can't acknowledge that we was here. Hell, we was everywhere. We migrated. We went everywhere. That's why you can find our presence in anywhere. The whitest nation you want to go to, they're starting to find people who look like me and you, who were the original people of that land. So I do understand that, my brother. And I hope what I just said, you take in consideration. It was said in love, not to attack you.
Yes, indeed. Can you continue to go through the chat while I run to the powder room?
Okay. All right.
I'll be back.
Well, you can consider that, Caesar, that black is a race. And that's cool with me. But I always like to connect race with land mass. I can't look at a map and see a country called black. I always like to have a method to my madness. And it's not that I'm right, you wrong, or you wrong and I'm right. No, if that's the way, the tools you need to maneuver into where we at now, then I'm cool with that, brother. Just like I say, there are a lot of brothers out there just as smart or more smarter than me, who's more eloquent than me, who speak well better than me. I'm just doing my part. This is my journey. This is my story. And so everybody has their journey. Everybody, you have yours. Everybody has a journey. And you don't leave this planet until that journey is completed, regardless of what happened to you. So we're in sync with each other. We just have, look, it's like this, my brother. I'm coming from California and I'm going to Atlanta. You coming from California and you trying to get to Atlanta. I take the 20 and the 10 and you take the 40. In the end of the day, my brother, we both go get there. And may we join spiritually, physically, and mental when we get there. People can travel on different freeways and get to the same location. I think that's what's the problem with Black YouTube more than anything. We bicker about things we shouldn't be because it's really the same thing. You want us to be better. I want us to be better. And if your teaching go help somebody to be better, then find your niche and then teach that, and we'll all meet in ATL. And that victory lap will be ours. I think you get the real. Well, just like I said, my brother, is you had the Nation of Islam, you had the Market Garden movie, you had the SNCC movement. There's a lot of different choices out there, but I think all these groups was probably put together to make and ensure us whatever we choose, or whatever method we choose, or whatever uh, direction we choose to go in, that at the end of the day, it's just like the young man in I forget his name, but the one just got killed here about 8 months ago. He says a victory. It's a marathon, and we just waiting to do the victory lap. And so, whatever you teaching, find your demographics and teach that you wanted to teach to get to that victory lap, because it's a marathon. So that's what we got to focus on more than anything. We can bicker about what's gonna get us there the fastest, but I'm pretty sure you heard of that story. The tortoise and the turtle was at a race, and how the tortoise was able to beat the rabbit due to the fact that the rabbit underestimated the tortoise will and been adamant to finish the race. And so he took the turtle lightly and lost the race. There's a lot of brothers out there think just because I get a vowel twisted or constantly out of place that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Well, I wasn't sent on this planet to get a PhD in English. It's not even my native language. I was here to direct souls and minds to see a picture they maybe have never seen before. Now, you can do what you want to do once you see the picture that I'm painting, and you can choose to take it, but off the table what you want to eat from it, like it's a buffet. But whatever you don't like, my brother, or whatever you don't like, my sister, leave it on the table. Somebody else can pick it up and may be able to use it. I think that's one of the biggest problems we have as a unit, is we think everybody has to go the same way to get to the same destination. You back, my sister?
I am. Thank you.
All right.
I want to go back. Thank you, by the way. I want to go back to something Dr. Will said. When you said that that the intensity of the cry has no need to cease until they win.
Right.
Dr. Will said, "What is winning? What is the win?"
The win is you fall in line with your creation. If you're a lion, you roar like hell. If you're a jaguar, you run like hell. If you an elephant, you trump like hell. If you're a black man and a black woman, you rule this damn planet. and nobody coming between you, your woman, or your man. That's the win. When other people leave you alone and say, you know what, we can't mess with them people. They something else. Oh, we got a nuclear bomb, but that man got a pistol between his legs. He can kill all the other damn races on this planet. We really don't want to mess with him. And there's too many of them too. They pretty much got roach DNA. We don't try everything to kill them, but they still here. That's winning. When people look at you and say, they're the teachers of this planet. They're the gods of this planet. We submit. That's winning. When you become what you was created to be. And we damn sure wasn't created to be some damn body steps where we have to be bending over so somebody can stand over our backs. We got to stand straight up and let that sucker slide off of us.
He also said, when you said the white man would have to kick us to the curb.
He will.
He said, why would he kick us to the curb when he has a place for us?
He kick you to the curb because he no longer supports you to defeat us when he's in a life struggle for survival now. It ain't about him defeating us. It's about him surviving now. And so he can't take his wealth to make you try to divide the family when he's having a hard time trying to make a family. His wife has to take pills to have a whole cat litter because she can't produce children on her own. So she's taking all kinds of drugs to try to have children. So he ain't got time to be focusing on black women no more. And this shit that we dealing with right now, I called for it almost a year ago. I talked to her on my YouTube channel about this. And I even told people why I was leaving in 2025, because you think this is hell, this is only the beginning. And the white man is not kicking you to the curb because he want to. He know his life depends on it. Because they're going to be a great nation to rise up. And it won't be from America. It'll be in Africa to show the world who we are. And that's why I'm going back. Where the fight started at.
Well,
I hope I answered that.
Oh, yes, that definitely answered that question. Let me go back up and grab a few more. You already addressed what Black Caesar was saying in the chat, so we've got that taken care of. Dollar Bill said also, Black is a political, social, and economic world status. Everywhere whites are in control, Black is much more than a color.
Well, this Nipsey Hussle, yeah, Victory Life, that's my brother. Okay. And what was that again, sister? I didn't quite comprehend that. You had to break that one down to me. I heard the words, but it didn't. It just didn't reach me.
Okay, so I think this was going back to, in response to Black Caesar, talking about Black people, or us referencing ourselves as Black. And so Dollar Will said that Black has more to
How many
Let's
people,
see.
let me ask you a question.
Yes.
How many people you think listen to you are Christians? And then we can get in more into some other things. How many people you think listening to you are actually Christians?
That's a good question. I think my audience is a pretty good mixture. I might have,
50%, 40%, 75%?
I would say roughly, I would say more than 50%.
Well, I'm gonna tell all the good Christians, go look in your Bible and Palms. And the reason why I think so highly of myself, not just from that, but even the book they gave us some kind of clue who we were. Go look in the books in Palms. I think it's 26 or 28.5, something like that. I can look it up real quick. But the passage say, "Ye are all gods of the Most High." They mean that we are gods. The little G in the Most High is the God, but we are gods on this planet. How many preachers preach on that? I bet they don't pass that scripture shit probably every time they go to church. How many preachers would want you to know that you are God in your Christian belief? They're Christian. It's right there in your Bible.
That's true. That is very true.
So if a preacher taught you that you was a God, because the definition of a God is a creator, and every black man on this planet, I don't care good or bad, he's a creator. A woman can get in the kitchen and become the shit. She got a PhD, how she can take nothing and make it taste good as a meal. She's a creator. She can keep a household that is unbalanced just with her whisper. She ain't got to be able to lift over 25 pounds. I seen small women stop two grown ass men from fighting just with her voice. People, that's power. So don't tell me who we are or what we are not. We anything that we can think of. And don't believe this if you don't want to. What somebody think of you don't have to be your reality. And that's true. Most of the time when people tell you you can't do something, it's really saying they can't do it. They don't perceive to see themselves doing it, and they damn sure can't see it. It's coming through you be done because they think they're better than you. But these are the things we got to deal with in our community. So let me just break it down to more. Just before we get on, let me throw a little bit of a wrench in this so we can uh, put a little water in the soup, make it a little less thick. I came to California in 1990, not having friends or knowing anybody here. I was working in Hollywood less than 3 weeks on the #1 black show on TV, Living Color. And I took off like a sparrow from there. I come from a family of 18 where it was damn near winning the lottery to have a decent meal. I thought a damn chicken wing was the whole chicken because in my house, that little chicken wing was broke up to 3 different pieces. And me being the smallest of the family, you know what piece I got. So I have always been the person to always ask the right question. That's why I'm at the point now. I'm speaking because I got a lot of shit to say due to the fact 90% of my questions was answered. 99% of my questions was answered. And after studying the answers, some I had to reshape and come up with my own answers. But it works for me. My oldest son is 45 years old, and I got 3 step letters behind each other from there. My youngest is 22. I came to California and with nothing other than I know I can do this. Inspired by Robin Harris, rest in peace, comedian. I say if he can do it, I can do it. I didn't say he couldn't do it and I can do it. I say if he can do it, I can do it. In my 30 something years in Hollywood and on radio, because I didn't even get to that part. That was in the beginning of my life. But my 30 years, 30 something plus years in Hollywood, I never had to degrade myself, never put myself in a position to compromise who I were. I didn't do black films, what I would call Negro films. I did like 2, and that was like nah. I told my agent, send me to auditions that you would send a white person or Asian person. I don't want no more roles with do-rags on and drinking Old English 800. I don't want no more roles like that. And I only did that for the Cindy Hall show. But see, I had character before I came to Hollywood. I was a star before I got here. See, most people come to Hollywood to be a star. My parents taught me I was a star and taught all their children they are stars. And so when I got to Hollywood, it was just like the icing on the cake, just recognizing who I was. I worked with Sidney Poitier, Samuel Jackson. I do his film. Most people say I sound like it when I get mad. I do his stuff for his film, where they Panavision come together and make sure the grain of the film that they use is go match Samuel Jackson's face and his skin tone. Me and him had about the same skin tone. He said I can say motherfucker better than him, but I don't believe him. I don't think nobody can say motherfucker better than Samuel Jackson. But he say I can. I'm serious. He say I can, but I don't know. You know, I think about 2 years older than me. Yeah, so I give him that. But I can say a good motherfucker. But anyway, so I only really wanted to work with one person when I got to Hollywood, and I got to work with him on a movie called Sneakers. That's Sidney Poitier. He didn't like me and pretty much put a damper in what I thought of him. Me and John Shaft sits down and talk at one time, like me and you are talking now, Richard Roundtree. Harry Elson for Friends of Distinction. Keenan Brothers. I remember when J-Lo was a dark-headed, hated on in Living Color, and she didn't have, her self-esteem was so low, she walked around with black fingernails and black hair. And she gained about as much as weight that any human being can gain within 2 years. Tommy Davis, I talked to him. Jamie Foxx, I talked to him. All these people I work with, but I never even dropped name drops. And you have probably hardly ever seen on my content me showing anything about me working in Hollywood. Because I didn't come to YouTube to name drop and show you what I had accomplished. I came to YouTube to show you what you can accomplish by getting your health better, eating better, not looking at the world the way it is, looking at it the way you want it to be. Now you're on the roadmap of getting it that way. I show brothers how they can get almost 2,000 and 3,000 subscribers in 2 or 3 weeks. It's a trick to it. I ain't talking about buying it. It's a trick. It has nothing to do with buying it. It's knowing how to build your channel. It's easy. Once I told a person how to do it, they were like, damn, I didn't know it was that easy. Well, OG, why you don't have no channel 2 and 3 and 700? I kill my channel every time it gets over 200. Because every time it gets over 200, people get in your business.
Oh.
See, I can talk the way I want to talk as long as I keep my channel under 200. See, YouTube don't consider you important unless you got 200. That's why they send you that email and say, "Congratulations, you have just got the 200. We're gonna make you eligible for this and that and that and this." And then you get that 1,000. Oh Lord have mercy. So a lot of people don't know this business. See, I didn't come in YouTube totally green. The business I worked in is the architect of what y'all doing now. And I can show people how they can do so much better. But I don't want to show certain people that until they get a little more conscious. So yes, OG kills his channel. My last channel, OG Speed, J Speed, OG, had 790 something members. Getting ready to make that 1,000 a mark. And I had only been in YouTube for less than 6 months. But I killed the channel. And if you look at my channels now, I got like 80 and 30. Most of my video go up. You might have 3 people live, 4 people live, because I don't talk about the things they want to be, what they used to. They used for entertainment. I
Right.
can give them that. But I just want you to have a little more background of why I do the things I do. Because it ain't about me, it's about us. If I win and you lose, well, that represents nothing
Wow.
other than a selfish way of life.
Man. Wow. Then you're right. Like, you really do. He really does cut his channels off, shut them down.
Mm-hmm. There's a
What
reason for that madness.
what would what is the number one thing you want the audience, the listeners to take away from this interview? What is the number one thing you
The
want?
number one
If there was
thing,
one thing you wanted to hang their hat on. Matter of fact, let's do this.
mm-hmm.
And we're not going to end it, by the way, because I want to give you an opportunity to share whatever else you want to share on your own. And I want to give, if you would mind, are you open to someone else coming on to the panel and ask you some questions from the
Most
panel?
certainly. I told you, my time is your time.
Okay, so I will allow others, I'll drop the link for others to come in and chime in. But if you had one thing that you really wanted the women to take to heart,
What would I want the women to understand?
yes, I'm kind of, I apologize because I'm pausing.
I know why you apologize.
Yeah, I'm pausing while trying to ask the question because I'm bracing myself while I'm even proposing the question. But what is the one thing, if there could be one thing for us sisters to hang our hat on tonight in regards to our men, in regards to the Black men, in regards to the family? What,
Um,
and in regards to her, and
right.
in regards to her, what would it be?
I would want, if I could have one wish for women, the only thing I would pretty much want, why do you choose man design over God's design who you are. What is it about the Creator that He didn't give you something that you're so angry at Him that you'll follow an evil man and don't even give God consideration of you being a true woman? Because you know everything you are doing right now, it goes against your nature. What is it that this, whatever it is, evil force on this planet, that you will be willing to give up yourself and your family to join hands with it? And if people don't understand what I'm saying, I can break it down like this. If the Creator can make the moon, the sun, the ocean, the earth, and be in perfect balance, why do you have so much problem being in your natural design? And that's everything from your hair to everything else. I know why white women wear makeup. Hell, they pale. They don't have no color. But I don't know why you wear it. I know why white women got straight hair. It's the weakest of hair. Everything that is conducting electricity has a curl to it. Look at your wires that bring electricity in your house. Cut open a wire that you plug in and look in it. It all has curl. Because a curl conductor flows the electricity much easier. The Asian people call it the yin and yang. Maybe some of y'all need to go read the book of the Asian, then you'll understand deeply what I'm talking about. Why is it you get mad at a brother who wants a Becky or a Rebecca, but he can't get mad at you for wanting Rebecca and Betty's hair? And if you give that image of Becky in your house, then he might want to be like Coca-Cola and don't want to drink Shasta anymore. He go get the real thing.
Good
And don't
point.
use these excuses on us black women that you dress up for us. Black women ain't never dressed up for black men. And then be honest about it. Y'all dress up for other women to show other women who's the queen in the house. You never did it for men, because once you represent yourself as a queen, men go fall at your feet anyway. So you ain't never dress for men. You dress for other women to acknowledge you as being the queen. That's why women look at other women up and down when they come into a room, because you sizing her up to understand if you got to go to the bathroom and tighten up a little bit. So my one thing I would ask women, why are you choosing the devil over God? The black man is God, and you choose the white man. I'm not talking about a relationship. They understand what I'm saying.
You're about to make me ask you to figure out a cigar.
Why you say that? I don't have one to figure out no more.
I don't, cause I don't want to say I'm gonna figure out this cigar, but wow, I mean, I knew when I was asking the question to brace myself for the depth. I knew that's why I was pausing. But that is you know, that is going to be my one of my new conversation starters. Yeah, it's going to be one of my new conversation starters.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
So how do you feel when you hear a black man talk like that?
I feel humbled. I feel I feel shook. I feel shook. Um, I feel shook, but I feel shook, and I feel shook in a good way because I am being provoked to definitely go beyond my own surface and go even deeper within. And I'm being provoked to look at myself for all of the beauty and all of the ugly as well. I feel shook because I know that there is no room at all for me to make any excuse for anything and be comfortable with doing so.
That's good to hear. That is very good to hear. Because that's the way I felt when my teachers was teaching me.
Yeah, it's
So if anybody else want to come up and want to ask me questions, I'm open.
okay. Let me.
If you want to play some music or whatever you want to do, I give me a little time to put my that song in the box, and maybe somebody can get it to you or somebody can listen to it. Um, and so however you want to do it, my time is your time because I'm not doing any more interviews after this. This was exclusive. There's no other interview. You ain't got to worry about it. Has nothing to do with anything other than I was gonna get one interview and that's it.
I am so honored. I am so humble. I am so grateful. You can email me the link to the
Hmm.
song,
Okay,
and
I do that.
want me to send you the email again?
Yeah, which channel did you say? You know, I got two. I don't know if you sent it to the Ghost or J Speed.
I don't either.
Yeah,
You know what? I do have your email though, so I'll email you so that you can,
send it to you. Okay,
yeah.
and I'm gonna find it as you emailing it to me. Let me see. Can I go find it? It's called "Love Is Real." And I think it's J Speed. If you put J Speed and "Love Is Real," it'll come up. Yeah, on YouTube, but you got to be in YouTube when you look it up. But I'm gonna get it to you as soon as you send me the email. I can send it to you. Let me see.
Okay, and while I do that, Donna Will has joined the panel, and I'm so glad that you did, Donna Will. Welcome, Donna Will.
Thank you very much. Glad.
Welcome, my brother. How's the family?
Oh, everything we holding, everybody holding it together.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you gonna play the music now, or can I ask my
No,
question?
no, go ahead. You go ahead. Ask the question. I'm just typing it in. I'm trying to get a hold to it.
Let's see. So, what do you are you clear on where in Africa you're going, or did I miss that part?
Synagogue. I'm
Okay.
going where um, my brother's at. Uh, I don't want to mention his name yet
Yeah.
because, but I'm going to Synagogue. That's in West Africa on the coast. Pretty much the same weather I'm dealing with here, and it's gonna be beautiful. You know.
Okay. So, what how long have you considered it, and why now?
Well, my grandmother was an evangelist, and she told me that there was something different about me, and I'll be getting information and not even know why I got information. And I looked at our people's struggle here, and I said to myself, I must go back. I've been there, movies and visiting, but I must go back and help to establish who we are as a people.
Okay.
And I know that's a large mission, but every grain of sand in a brick is what makes that brick.
Hmm. So you've been to Senegal before.
Yeah, I've been to synagogue and I've been to Ghana with the nation. And so, yeah, and me being in the movie industry and in boxing,
Okay.
so I was able to travel from a very young lady. I've been to a lot of different countries and some not even having my passports. That's how I move.
Hmm.
And ain't nothing they can do to me now because this country don't have jurisdiction over me. I'm a citizen of this country, and I'll be a damn fool if I say I didn't like this country because my ancestors helped build this country. But this country is much smaller than what we built before. And if we can build it here and we built it before, what make us think we can't do it again for us this time?
So, dual citizenship. That's one part. And the second part, are you? If not, are you
Yes,
gonna
dual citizen.
maintain your
Yeah, there's a
U.S.
lot of
citizenship?
a lot of countries are offering dual citizenship. No, I can't. I mean, I got my finances here, my Arthur and SAG pension. I got my Social Security here, but we don't need to be walking in a bank anymore. These little cards is good enough and direct deposit. So it's a great opportunity for not just me, but a lot of African people in America to go back to Africa and rebuild it. If we don't, we're gonna be left behind. I'm telling you, everybody else is going there. So we go be last again to get on the bandwagon, and then we go say, "Well, look at them African brothers. They won't even let us over there." Look, they hollering for you now.
Hmm. Well, that's
Okay.
pretty much all I wanted to ask. It wasn't
Well, thank you for
real
your
deep on
questions,
that,
brother.
because I'm in agreement with a lot of what you're saying, and I've at some point, I would like to move there also to complete the journey, because we're supposed to go back home, and this ain't it.
Y- Right.
But this,
Our
you know,
ancestors did not. Our
we
ancestors.
got
Oh,
Stockholm
go ahead, brother.
syndrome.
I'm sorry.
We got Stockholm syndrome. We were kidnapped or kidnapped victims, who don't want to go back
Right.
home, and we've normalized that mindset that we just gonna stay here and make the best out of a bad situation, no matter what. That something about that just don't seem rational.
It's not rational, brother. Think about this. You think that long voyage of our black people packed in like sardines, coming here to be in chattel, chains, and slaves. You think our ancestors give a damn about a black president?
Right.
You think that's what our ancestors give a damn about us voting in this system that everything is directed out of the White House? They're already telling you what it is when they call it the White House. It's for their interest. You think our ancestors don't look at us as failures to raise them back up?
Man,
Right. Yeah, it's never going to be right until I'll just speak for me. I guess everybody individually got to figure that out, but if I can go back and put some kind of base down there, then I will feel inside that, okay, I'm free. There's no way to be free here.
Mm-mm.
That's why I know you have NOI ties, but I never, and I'm from the DMV area too.
Okay, you get
So
that with
I
Carl
come up
Nelson,
from
my brother,
come up
double
from
OL 14.
yeah, I'm familiar with that with the legacy, the Kathy Hughes legacy. Okay, I got
Right.
ties through that too. So
Yes, sir.
our circle is much closer than you would think. Okay, so
Yes, sir.
I come up through that Pacifica environment as well, but I never could. It was never logical to me that we could be a nation within this country. That
Right.
it's impractical because the people supporting the nation within a nation concept are people who are very much connected to the larger society, who go to work and make the money to buy the bean pies and the newspaper and the other businesses. So it's really not self-sustaining if the people supporting your separatist movement are highly assimilated. So it's not practical. So it's like
Right.
either you're going, but I do agree with the NOI concept of separation to the point when it comes to education and the co-op, the whole spirit of cooperative economics. I mean, that makes sense, but in order to really pull it off, there's no way for us to really exist in this country without a strong Pan-African concept. And nobody could really charge or describe the NOI as Pan-African.
You're 100%, brother.
or the Black Panther Party. None. You couldn't really describe either of them as Pan-African. And we don't have a connection to a larger body to support us here, then we're always going to be 13%. 87% is the majority. Will always outnumber us. And Malcolm, when he died, he got to that Pan-African concept, and that's what killed him. When he went outside of America and connected with the Black majority, as opposed to being limiting himself to a Black minority.
Right.
Okay, because we're socialized to be a minority here. That's a mind state that and Malcolm broke out of that with the help of Dr. John Henry Clark, because that stuff Malcolm didn't learn in the nation. And people need to get clear on that when they say, I made Malcolm. No, not that final Malcolm.
The final Malcolm
Malcolm was teaching from
Dr.
other
Henry,
sources.
Mr. Clark, who was
there you go.
brother
right.
who ran his message through one of the most beautiful bookstores in New York and went to Africa to be an ambassador. This man dedicated his life, even as a blind man, for his people, which he could have did so much more if he just wanted to be selfish for himself. But he worked as a servant for his people. And I'm glad Brother Wesley Snipes gave him his prop.
Yeah, everybody should have seen that video by now. What is it called? Long Walk Home?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. You can Google it if you haven't seen it.
It's
You should
there.
have seen it by now. Yeah.
And so I'm glad, brother, that I don't know your age, but you sound like a young man. And
I appreciate that, but let me just pause and say it by later this week, I'll be 5'6", 56.
Okay,
So I have
well,
a youthful voice, but no,
yeah.
I'm closer in age to you.
Okay, well, the Creator has been kind to you, and people don't understand the Creator is kind to people that He's working through, because we have to maneuver in these places where image can be detrimental how a person perceives you. And so when I walk in tall, shoulders up, not bent all over, still got my baby hair. And I know it looks kind of funny because I got on these damn earphones, but if you was to look at my hair, you see that it looked like it's receding, but my hair don't recede. You know, it's just that's the way my hair grows. And what I'm trying to say is, He give us the tools to go do our work. And so when you understand that, when I meet another God and He's talking to me, and I have a spiritual connection with that God because I know He's speaking in the ways that we need to improve ourselves. Because you are right. No biblical book has ever showed you or that a captured people could stay in that land and still be something other than why they was brought there. It didn't happen in Egypt, if you believe in that story, or no other story have it ever happened. When a person, look, when you bring a dog in your house, and even though people say he might be a part of your family, you do not treat that dog like an original family member. And when you get tired of that dog, because you might be pissing or using the bathroom on the floor, you get rid of them. They brought us here to till this soil. People, they have no more use for us.
No man is equal to you in your house.
That's right.
Okay.
And so these people brought us over here, and they always looked at us as less than a human being. And don't get me wrong, there are white people out there who are not like some of the evil white people on this planet. But I would have to say one thing that I learned from Dr. Khalid. If I got a bag of snakes and there's 9 of them in there, and if I tell you what's with only one is poison, you stick your hand in the bag and pick out the one that's not poison. That's what we're in to people. We don't have time to be playing with other races when we're trying to get ourselves together. It's not about hating them. It's about loving yourself.
Right. Right.
So I appreciate you, my brother. And you be safe out there with this thing that's coming over here in the next 2 weeks.
Same to you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Will. We also
right.
now have the Build Monger that just joined the panel. Welcome, Build Monger.
Hey, peace to you, sister. How y'all doing?
We're doing fine, brother. How are you and the family?
Doing well, doing well. I here in Texas, hunkered down for a Sunday, trying to see what Monday gonna bring.
Let's go bring whatever you want, my brother. Whatever you put in that God mind, you can produce.
For sure. I got a question for you, brother, on the aspect of you saying when you first entered the manosphere and you saw how cutting the brothers were of their accounts of, whatever problem they was having with the sisters. Of course, you definitely, heard the pain in her voice. People like Sergeant Willie Pete, you know what I'm saying? I first used to call him a crier back in the day. But then when you listen to what the brother said, it's like, all right, he has a legitimate issue. Just maybe the presentation might be a little bit harsh for ears that ain't ready to hear, black man's pain of, problem relationships or whatever. But in what method do you think a brother could deliver a harsh aspect of accountability from black women to be more receptive mates?
I really don't have a problem in the delivery, even at this point. It's just that you're gonna have to have younger brothers who been mentored by an older person who can come in there and bring balance to it. You know what I
Right.
mean? My
Right.
father told me a long time ago, if I got a bad headache, I don't need a plumber. I need a damn doctor. And if I got my plumbing stopped up, I don't need a doctor. Even with all his PhDs, I need a damn plumber. My car's not running, I need a mechanic, not a lawyer. And so what I'm trying to say is there's so many layers in this discombobulated of our relationship between black women and black men. It's gonna take a little bit of every approach to win this war we're in. And so I would just probably like to hear more brothers that speak like me and not be condemned or called simps or whatever, have a voice in that manosphere that brings some balance. But I still would want to hear the hardcore brothers, because you don't want people to be angry and not knowing they're out there and angry,
Right.
because you set yourself up for failure if you do that, because that means you are walking with a blind eye. You've been Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles, with a problem you should be dealing with. So now you want the brothers to go, shh. No, you want the brothers talking, but you want, just like you build a company, everybody has a different job. If you just got a bunch of yes men in your corporation, your job can never become the full potential of raising itself up.
Mm.
And that's what I see sometimes in the manosphere is there are a lot of guys who are just yes men, but they have something they want to say, but they're scared they're going to be shamed if they say it in the way that I might say it. So you're going to have some stronger young brothers who's just as adamant at letting women know in harsh language. They can let the brothers know in harsh language. Well, let's look at this approach.
Mm. But what most brothers say that they encounter is when they approach as such, you know, that's how they're approaching. They're approaching from what they believe to be respectful. And when they say that respect isn't met, you know, with respect, what other lane do you have to go down except the act right lane? You know what I'm saying? It's either you stop giving a fuck altogether, or you
Yes, sir.
show that you do, and you know, so you put a little bit more season on it. But it's always respectful from the jump. But that's the thing that brothers are saying that they're encountering. Their respect isn't being respected.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, brother.
Yeah.
If all men start to straighten up right now with all their shortcomings and stuff like whatever, who are the leaders? Ain't men the leaders? If we set and put our foot on the ground and we change all the bullshit that we are doing, who will have to get in line?
Everyone.
That's what I'm talking about. So it's on us.
Right.
It's
But
not about trying to convince them.
But
Because once we set the
our
table,
leadership isn't accepted as leadership, though. It's accepted as undesired direction.
right, again, in any war, you're going to have generals who specialize in different techniques and different strategies.
Right.
You just can't talk this war to be over. You got to make some moves.
Agreed.
And when enough black men put their feet down and lay it on the table, women go have to follow or fall by the wayside, because they'll be unaccepted in our community. Now let's see them run to the white man and accept them then, when they can no longer lead us or direct us. Let's see what the white man will tell them then. I have no more use for you because you have no more power in that community.
I
But it's
can
on
go.
us, brother.
I don't think too many people ready to play the bad guy like that, brother.
You know what? And then we ain't ready to win.
True that.
That's all I can say. But I'm rolling with people ready to win.
You was gonna
Any
say
more
something,
questions,
sister?
brother?
Nah, I'm good.
You good?
Oh,
Thank you. Bless you for your questions, and may you take care of you and your family.
Much respect.
Yes, sir.
thank you, Goodmonger.
Peace, sis.
Peace. I have the song pulled up.
Okay,
With,
well, play it. Now you see why some women got mad at me.
let's see. Here we go.
That's a bad version of it as far as sound quality. I'm gonna just put it in the chat room and people can go and listen to it.
Okay.
Yeah, because that is a bad sound. I mean, I wouldn't even want to listen to it if it sounds like that. So I put it in the chat room so everybody go listen to it and tell me what you think about it. You can tell Rena Woman that you can tell her what you thought about it. So it's in the chat room now. And that'll be my channel too, so I don't have to put my channel in there. How about that?
That sounds like a plan.
Okay. So you know, uh I don't know if I should say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. You know, you have this my family type trait. You know, we call it the clan back home. That's what we call it back home. We call it the clan. And you know, most guys have a certain way they look at beauty. I look at beauty in its most purest form. And you're a very attractive woman. And that's
And
what that's what I'm trying to get our black people back to see what is real black beauty. Because I think we have replaced black beauty. Let me get this echo out of my ear. You hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I think we have replaced black beauty with white features. Oh, she got thinner lips. Oh, she got a smaller nose. She's this, she's that. But we're comparing that with a white girl in black skin. And I think for the brothers who are having good relationship, please tell your woman the natural she get, the more compliments you should give her. Because you don't know how hard it is for her to walk down the street in the midst of this fantasy reality world that our sisters are in to even try to walk down the street being natural. And so every time I see a woman who has anything natural, I give her the biggest compliments. Are you there?
I thought you were still speaking.
No, I was finished.
I think I agree. I really believe that you are right about that. I have been having conversations over the weekend about dark skin and about hair, nappy hair, kinky hair. So I think that that is true. I am really taking to heart a lot of conversations that I've been hearing on YouTube in different sectors, and I'm really dissecting a lot. I'm digesting, sifting through, and dissecting a lot. And
I'm
it's
telling you
definitely
somebody.
making a difference because it's making a difference with me all the time.
I'm telling you, these type of videos here, somebody catch wind of them, they blow up because it's not following anyone. It's a different perspective, different mindset, and I'm telling you, you'll be surprised. Stuff like this just blow up.
Well, making a difference is what it's all about, right? So,
Yep, that's exactly.
and being an agent of change. And you can't be an agent of change without being willing to change yourself, being an example of change. So,
Man and woman in the mirror.
yes, indeed.
I
Yes.
say that, old chum. You know, you want to have a spot of tea? That's that acting coming out now. I am going to tell you something, my brother. You African people in America, you are much different from our brothers in the continent. Or should I say the continent? Y'all are so different. When I come to your country, I am so successful. But due to the point, I didn't have to go do what you want to. When you come to my country, my brother, I will help you. So I'm tighten up on my French before I get ready to go over there.
You did that very well. Let me ask you this question before we go to.
Okay.
Do you think the impact of the black exploitation movies could be reversed?
Uh, I think the black exploitation movies really helped the Black Panther Party, every black organization in America. This is the first time black people started to see themselves fighting the man, as we say, and winning. And it wasn't based for us to be drug dealers and all that. I'm talking about most of them. If you look at a lot of the black exploitation film, they were not based on drugs. I mean, I haven't seen the Mac yet. Never seen that movie. I haven't seen Purple, with Color Perfect. I have never seen it. I haven't seen any Mac, whatever the name is, films, because I know where our mindset is, and I'm not gonna corrupt my mind with that kind of mindset. So if you go back and look at a lot of movies back in the Cotton Come to Harlem and this and that, you go back and look at a lot of the movies. A lot of the movies wasn't even based on drug dealing or pimps and whores or nothing like that. It was based on uh, black people defeating Mr. Charlie. Now you got to understand that at the same time the Black Panther Party would get big. James Brown was making songs. I'm black and I'm proud. Had white people singing the same song. So I don't think if I would want to reverse any of that. Let me just be honest with you. Outside of slavery, I don't think I would reverse anything that we did in this country. Because it's what got us where we at.
Okay. Okay. So now I am also challenged. Now I'm also challenged to go back and take a look at some of these films that I was restrained from watching back then. All I could see was the previews. And
Mhm.
in the previews, what I see is I see the drug dealing, I see the whoredom, and I see the fast talk. So now this is funny that here I am, 50 years old, soon to be 50 years old, talking about going to watch
Hmm.
the movies that I was that I was prevented from watching when I was a teenager. So um and now but I guess that's a good thing too, because being a woman,
Mhm.
I'm able to apply experience, apply different perspectives with a mature, and watch these movies now with a mature
Mhm.
mind.
I think it's stuff. Excuse me. I think the stuff they got out now. I'm not talking about movies. I'm talking about TV series. Is more scary than anything that was made back in the '60s. Let me try to get my earphones so I can get okay. Uh, they have a series out, one of the best, I think, written series that I have seen in the last 20 years. But the only reason I won't watch it and I hate it, it's called 911. All the black males um on that show is either gay or stupid. All the white counterparts are smart, intelligent. You even got one white man who's the captain who's making love to Angela Bassett and just moved in her, and then kids accepted him, and they made the black man the gay man who moved out of the house. There's no way in the hell I could watch something like that.
That's a
So
TV show?
yeah, 911.
I will have to take a look into that. I don't watch
I think
TV.
it's called Emergency 911 or 911 like that. But I watched like two, and once I seen the the character, the only black character, male character they had on the show was gay, and all the white men was prominent, had sisters, family, and everything. And this black man was gonna move out of Angela Basket is the black one I'm talking about. Then moves a white man in, and her husband moves out with his boyfriend. I'm like, what kind of damn madness is this? So shit, I'll take a rocket ship ride back to look at some black exploitation film versus this garbage they got us looking at today.
Well,
I don't see how black actors even take them type of roles. But
I'm
just
going.
like I say, Angela Bassett has never been a friend of the black males in the first place.
What? What you say?
The- Angela Bassett has never been a friend of the black males in the first place. Look at her
Hold
resume.
on. Let me clutch my pearls. Hold on.
Look at her resume.
I'll be honest, I don't really know her resume. So let me clutch my pearls and let me take a look at her resume.
This star with Stella got a groove back.
Okay, well, when she got her groove back, now I think I was so young, but when she got her groove back, she was with a black man.
Yeah, but she went over there and got a boy. Rocked the cradle like they were God stopped making men's over here. But see, they set up the situation where it could look like a good love story.
Oh, you're right.
But you got a mature, grown ass woman doing the same thing that women are accusing the Manosphere and the SBY, what's name, of doing what she did damn near 20 something years ago. And it's all right.
You're right. Mello, you fell out the clouds on that one, Mello. Yes, Ejai, he's speaking on it. He's right. I have to admit that he's right. Hi, Mind's Eye. You're right.
Loretta Levine was one of my best friends back in the 90s. Her and Tommy Ford used to come to my apartment in Hollywood. And we just sit down and chop it up. Loretta is kind of like his mother figures because she's from deep down south. I won't tell you exactly where she's from, but she's somewhere in the Alabama, Mississippi area. And we used to sit around and talk about Hollywood. Her first role was with Sidney Poitier. And but anyway, we used to chalk it up about roles in Hollywood. And it's a shame that our black women who can do the work so much better than the white man now or the white woman. Now, I know some of y'all might disagree with me, but with treason, she's never been a friend of the black male. Matter of fact, she's never even been a friend of the black female. Her show was boasted on black people in Chicago when it was small, and she went straight to the Beckys and Rebecca when she became national. And she did everything in her power to empower women over men. Now, that might be due to the fact she was traumatized as much as what her story is by her uncle or whatever, who it was. But that shows you when you angry and you got power, how you can destroy a community like somebody destroyed you. But in Africa, she would be charged with treason. But see, I know the universe. She real suffer for everything she did. And it would be in live, plain view. See, the universe has a way of getting rid of the skunk of the planets. Instead, and especially when you start messing with the black god, male. I won't shed one tear for her. Matter of fact, might have a couple brothers over and celebrate it. Whatever her cost she may have to pay. and she will pay a cost.
Well,
So all, huh?
I was going to say we also have Mela now just joined the panel. Hi, Mela.
I haven't seen her in a while.
Good Sunday.
How are you doing, Mela? And how's the family?
We're all um, encouraged. How are
Yeah.
you?
I'm doing fine. You enjoying your retirement? And see, I know Mela was in the service, and I mean, she's a well-traveled woman, and she think I don't remember. See, that's what tell you about my brain. I can remember pretty much everything somebody tell me. It's just locked in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
I told you
so,
how I was going hardcore at those vitamins. You said, "Whoa."
mhm. Yeah,
We've exchanged, yes, we've exchanged pleasantries. I come in
right.
peace. Absolutely.
So, what's on your mind today, Miss Miller?
I was wondering, um, as tragic as our past as a people had been, when would you think it's time to start speaking forward? We tend to say, well, we've been through this and we've been through that and that happened to us and this happened to us. I can comprehend teaching our children history. I cannot
Hmm.
comprehend the necessity of merry-go-round conversations that don't lead to legislative adjustments in our favor. When are we going to buy
Okay,
lobbyists, for goodness sakes? That's what
okay,
it takes. You got to pay to play out there
right.
in this world of cap. You got to pay to play. We have yet to buy lobbyists. Everybody wants to classify Obama as some type of traitor to his people because he catered to people that paid to play. And that's the game that exists in this capitalist society. He set himself out like a hoe on the corner to the highest bidder in the interest of being a man of legacy so his daughters would not have to face shame ever in their lives. And that's why the fuck he did it. That's why he denied Farrakhan. That's why he pushed aside a pastor whose pew he had been sitting in for what, 30, 20 years or something like that. I mean,
Yeah,
for a
he didn't
man
push
to
him. He
take
put him
those
on a
drastic
tank.
steps, okay, and backed up on it, and I was devastated as well. I was like, well, damn, what kind of dude is this? And when Farrakhan, and had it not been for the honorable minister saying, look, whatever he got to do to be president, I'm cool with it. And I looked at it in that fashion because someone, my senior and wiser and more established in reasoning than myself, said, look, it's bigger than what posturing we would prefer. It's about the fact that a black man's face is stamped in history. So if he got to say to hell with this and to hell with that, even though I've been associated with it for umpteen decades, and it seems, kind of sketchy. And
Hmm.
because he was a smooth operator in how he writes a speech and talks to people, and let's not forget those teeth now. Let's not forget those teeth. I mean, he just happened to be the right man with the right look at the right time in history where everybody was just tired of their perception as to what they are to tell their children, what they could aspire to. And I believe, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, I believe, maybe that's even a wrong word. I would interpret that the honorable minister thought to himself, if that's what it takes for a black young man to see an image. Like, you know, everybody's seen that poster of all the presidents, all white faces everywhere. Even, and then you got this one black man in the middle of all of it. It's like, look, if that's what it takes for a young, impressionable brother to think to himself, I too can aspire global influence, then he can denounce us all he wants to. And he still loves him to this day because he understands something deeper than what my commercial mind was thinking. My commercial mind was like, whoa, what you doing for black folks? What you doing for black folks?
Yeah.
What it all added up to was, look, this is about stamping a face of inspiration, and the body in place is for sale to the highest bidder. And who is it our fault that we didn't pay the man to do our bidding? We thought he was just going to, you know.
Melanie, let me ask you a question.
Should we have paid him to do it?
I'm going to answer your question, and I'm going to sum it up like this. Good evening, Secret BB. Be scratching. Let me just sum it up like this. I don't think you would take the same approach if I said that I wanted to join the be a Grand Dragon in the Ku Klux Klan. I don't think you would have the same reason if a black man right now who have seen nothing but the Ku Klux Klan be done by white men, and I wanted to join it just to put a black face on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I will ask you, what the hell is a president when we came from kings, rulers of the second largest continent on this planet? What the hell is a president? If you ain't going in there to win, then why the hell are you going in there to be on your knees? That's where the inspiration would have been if you had stood up. Here it is, a racist white man coming in after you and do more for black community than you ever did in the total time you was in that presidency. Now, see, I'm glad the minister humbled himself to have a forgiving spirit.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't roll like that.
You don't roll like the honorable minister.
I don't roll like that. I love the Minister Farrakhan. I was in the nation for 21 years, but that's the way he think, and I don't roll like that.
You disagree with the honorable minister?
No, I disagree with Obama thinking he accomplished something by giving inspiration of being a damn president in a racist ass country when we was kings and queens and when we put our footprint.
What did the honorable minister say?
Well, I can't speak for the honorable. I can only speak for J. Speed Askil Muhammad. So you have to ask the minister for them type of questions. I don't speak for that. If that man can speak eloquent me, he can speak better than me just waking up. And I can speak being awake all day long. So you have to ask him that question. But each person has their own journey. This is my journey. And so I think when you going to win, when you was in the service, you going to win, you didn't go in there and act like you was a soldier. You went in there to be a soldier. So
I'm rolling with the honorable minister.
Oh, that's good. That's why we have different brains, different minds, and we have the mindset to look at things the way we want to, and we choose to travel in that direction. But see, I'm like this, Melanie, I'm not here to have a confirmation, or I'm not here to have a debate with you or a discussion with you. I'm only here to listen to your question and let me answer.
Oh, questions. I love it. Okay, great. You mentioned that you knew Miss Divine. Was she in her 20s when you all chopped it up?
No, we were both well over our 30s. It's in the 90s.
Oh, that's terrific. Yeah, I love her in terms
She's a
of,
beautiful person, got a beautiful voice. Love her to death.
yes. I mean, she has a favorable presence. I mean, I can't imagine not liking anything about
Yeah.
what she's performed on screen. And if I were to have met her in person, I just would be, and I'm not easily impressed because I've seen and experienced, I've been around. I'm not easily impressed, but she's one of my favorites.
Yeah, she is. She's a beautiful. There's nothing bad I can say about Loretta. I know where she come from. She used to love the way I mark her. I can mark Loretta Devine like out of this world. She's just laugh and just fall all over. She's like, man, I ain't never heard a man can talk like me. Like I used to, because I do impressions of voices, and I used to mark her. She used to get tickled with that. But yeah.
Well, it's her cheekbones. For me, it's her cheekbones. That's what has me so. When she grinned, those cheekbones just look like they can make you a good peach cobbler or something. I mean, she just seems trustworthy.
Yeah, she is. She's a real down to earth person, and I haven't heard. Let me see what it was. Kid and Play. I'm trying to figure out the movie we did, and she was his mother or played his mother or something. I forgot that movie. See, I did so many movies. Sometimes I just forget. It wasn't House Party. It was another series they started. They made like, I don't know what it was, but anyway. We used to get, because we was already friends, her and Tommy Ford and us and Kim Newberry. We was all friends, so we used to get a kick out some of the stupid stuff that was on the set. So yeah, I have no problem at all with her. But Melanie, I want you to understand, I'm not a person who have an accusing spirit. I weigh a man on his scales, what he do. And I believe that this man left us in a predicament that only he could have did. And I would like, if I ever met him, I would like to ask him one question. What was it in your daughter's life that you changed your whole mindset on homosexuality? What is it your daughter came to you to make you look at different? Did she tell you she was gay or bisexual? What is it your daughter could have told you to make you say it was okay now? I would like to ask that question.
What makes you think his daughter was the influence?
That's the speech he made. He said I had a different point of view on homosexuality, but my daughter made me change my mind. I would like to ask him, what is it that his daughter could have told a grown-ass man? Change his mind on that.
I do know this, that he also confessed that he couldn't speak at his daughter's graduation because he knew he would cry. So he definitely was under the influence of his daughter. Definitely.
Well, by the information that was out about him, he was under the influence of a lot of other things while he was in college too.
Well, I thought we was
So I'm
talking
gonna
about
leave it at that. We don't have to discuss it, but I know you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, he wrote books about his confessions of what he did. That's true.
I'm talking about the books was written by him too, about
That's
him.
right. That's right.
So maybe it wasn't his daughter. Maybe he just looked in his closet.
Maybe, baby.
Okay. You have any other questions?
I was wondering, do you favor astrology?
Yes, I am a person who goes back to the oldest religion on this planet, holistic, and we cover all that from the stones to the metals to everything. We have the original meaning for astrology, not this Mary Sue Lou
Mm-hmm.
play stuff they got out there. Talking about the real stuff.
Okay. But they still have the symbols with the
Yeah,
ram.
I'm a counter.
All right. With that being said, with the astrology that you favor, is there a hierarchy amongst those symbols?
Everything has its nature. Every
Is there a
season.
top? Is there a top one?
No,
Okay, that's my question.
no. That's almost like asking, is there an important piece in a puzzle? All
Mm-hmm.
the pieces make the puzzle.
That's correct. I always thought that as well. People tend to exaggerate how can I
Man
put this?
fall on the wayside from the lack of knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
There
oh, okay.
do you have a specific when you were a stunt man, what was your favorite pair of shoes?
Believe it or not, I like the Jungle Boots, but they wouldn't let them wear that much because I had to wear the shoes that the stars wore.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember one time I was doing a stunt for a black actress, and he had some Stacey Allens on with boots on it. I kind of like that. I like the way they fit my feet. The boot Stacey Allen. String up ones. I like the way they fit my feet.
Yeah, they're sturdy. I've
And
seen
you
them.
put a shine on them damn things. Damn, it look like new money.
Child, please. Yes, they do, sir. Yes, they do. I've seen them on Distinguished Men, the classic ones.
Yeah.
And the indestructible ones. That's what I call it.
Yeah, the classic ones are the boots.
Yes, with the tie-ups.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, they're priceless, and they come in classic shades.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Every
So now that young men in the following generations after yourself, they have turned away from quality footwear. You know, they would rather wear flimsy things that they have to replace every 1 or 2 years, as opposed to investing in good solid shoes. Do you, and this is a lead into this question, are you the type of man that would determine on sight what type another man is by the shoes he wears? Are you the type of like, there are people that judge somebody by the shoes they wear. Are you that type of man?
No, ma'am. Because I know the water runs on top of the surface and it runs under the surface.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're moving under the surface, you might look like something that you're not. So
Okay.
I don't judge people on that because I know the ranks I have moved in. And I've seen people dressed in outfits that you would think they're Joe Blow, Pookie Ray Ray, Bow-Legged Willie, Kool-Aid, and they be moving on something. We can't get out here all the time and show who we are. I'm just so old and I've been out there so long, I couldn't hide if I wanted to hide. And then I say to myself, Why should I hide?
Mm-hmm.
Only thing they can do is take this vessel, but my spirit still live. And then the danger part about that, if you kill me, you don't know what the hell is coming next.
There you go. Because what that tells me is that you're not a materialistic person. You are in tune with the spirit and the soul and how it evolves and lends itself to the advancement of God's creation, as opposed to looking at somebody's shoes and judging whether or not they're a good person because they happen to be wearing a particular pair of shoes. There are people out here that do that. And I find it, I don't mind appreciating good craftsmanship. However, I'm not going to attach something outside of an individual to that individual. That's the way I think, and I'm glad that we're both not materialistic in that vein. So do you like plants? I don't mean to sound goofy right now, but I mean,
If you've seen some of my videos and me go through my garden and go through my yard, I probably have over 200 different species of plants in the yard.
Okay, cool. Now, with that in mind, did you know that ferns, there's a male fern and a female fern? I just found that out today.
Yeah, but that's in every plant. Don't let nobody.
I didn't know that.
Because there's a female and a male in every creation.
But ferns?
That's what I just said. There's a female and male in every creation on this planet.
Yeah, I thought that was cute.
Yeah.
That's where you get your power that represents the negative and the positive. When they come together, they make what? Atoms and electricity and everything else you need, for life.
Yes. They have each other.
Yeah.
That's why I thought it was so sweet. I said, oh, they have each other.
So since you asked me more than 4 questions, let me ask you a question. Which all your experience?
I hope I'm agreeable. I hope I'm agreeable.
No, this is not a cool my y'all moment. This is a question moment. With all your experience and everything, as far as sisterhood, what can you do to help the sisterhood? Because no man should be able to tell a woman how to be a woman. Only sisterhood should be able to do that. What would you be willing to do to help the sisterhood further this relationship with males to improve on it?
I already do that at the VA. I volunteer at the Veterans Administration regarding women's groups. To be honest, the YouTube hotline of different panels and conversations, I initially thought it was friendly fun, and I found that people have escalated it to something a little bit more deeper. And but what I do is in my reality, not online.
Yes, ma'am.
Otherwise, I would have a channel and I would be going full throttle.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good question. And of course, Miller, you asked some interesting questions. We expect, definitely, you come with the expectation.
Oh yeah, I like the raw. She do ask probing, and she has her own mind. I know that ever since I met her.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I love that we all can have our own thoughts. And what we don't agree along with, we'll just leave that at the table. And what we do, we move on it. So we
Mhm.
human beings, as the man and a woman, we have more in common than we don't have in common.
That is
That's
true.
the problem. Is we focus too much on what we don't have in common versus the other 85% we have in common. Because I believe each one of us wants to be better. We just don't know how to do it. I had a
What?
wife before. I didn't know how to love, but I
Oh,
love her, but I didn't know how to love her. She was hurt. It's hard to love a person, know how to love a person when they've been hurt, traumatized, lessened, or whatever. So I didn't have the skill set to walk her through that, or the patience.
I can relate to that.
Before we go any further, actually, I'm going to go ahead and cut this short because I want to get my beauty rest. So, Mela, any
That's it.
final words, Mela, before you part and before I let OG have final words?
I stopped by to visit and pay homage to you both, and
Oh, well,
I wish you well.
thank you. I definitely appreciate that. We
Yes,
appreciate that.
all blessings be unto you.
J Speed, darling, you have the final words.
Well, I pretty much don't say about as much as I can say. Pretty much got about 8 more books, but I don't think we can go for another 14 hours. So I'm gonna just go make it nice, short, and sweet. Look, Black people, African people, African American, whatever you want to call yourself, you have that right. The only thing I can say is, after being on here 4 hours, is it's time to fix this. And you got 4 years to fix it. Or you ain't gonna never ever be able to get away from the hell you gonna go with in the next 4 years. I start warning y'all about this when I first came on. You in the first phase of it. The universe and this planet is starting to clean itself of its poison. Just make sure you're not the poison it's trying to clean itself up from. That's all I got to say, my sister.
I co-sign that. Ashe. Yeah, man. I want to thank everyone for being active in the chat room and on the panel. I want to thank you for giving us your time, giving us
Oh,
your
excuse me for a second. Somebody did ask a question. I must answer this one. She said, BB simply be scratching said, when did you learn that you couldn't learn her through her pain? Maybe about 30 years later or 30 years too late. I was in my second marriage when I learned that a man can love a woman, but he can be in a relationship and don't know how to love her. Or a woman can love a man, but be in a relationship and don't know how to love him. All right. I'm sorry, my sister.
No, that's fine.
That was it.
Thank you for answering, for noticing the question and for answering. So once again, I want to thank everyone for participating in the chat room and on the panel. I want to thank everyone that contributed. I want to thank you all for sharing your time with us and for your support and your respect. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we'll be coming back soon. Be safe out there. Be positive. Keep your spirits lifted no matter what. No matter what. Remember, we only have control over what we have control over. And then the things that we don't, well, let's just kind of grow through it. Grow. grow through the things that we don't have control over. And on that note, God bless you guys. Around peace.
Peace, love, and always strive for the truth.